Good morning, everybody. Welcome to WAFWA Symposium on Western Fire, where we're endeavoring to blur the boundaries. We're looking to advance collaborative science, management, and policy. My name is Tony Wassley, and I'm the director for the Nevada Department of Wildlife, and I'll be the moderator for this symposium throughout the day. Before we get started, I just want to give a huge thanks to all the sponsors for this event, as well as events throughout the week and the midwinter meeting in general. Certainly difficult circumstances and conditions, COVID, the virtual existence that we're hosting this meeting, and we couldn't do it without the support of those sponsors. Also, I want to give a big shout out to Chris Moore, serving as WAFWA's executive director, and the symposium steering committee consisting of Jennifer Salakis, Sharon Kiefer, and Kevin Schaefer, who are all panel moderators, and also Davia Palmeria and Dan Shively. Through the symposium, we'll spend about 45 minutes setting the stage for the importance of this symposium and share our expected outcomes. We'll spend about an hour and 15 minutes exploring fire's impact on both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. Equally, we'll spend an hour and 15 minutes or so examining humans' relationship with fire, an additional hour and 15 minutes to make sense of it all. And then we'll try to tie it all together in our last 45 minutes, making sense of it all. Somewhere in the middle, we'll make time for a lunch break, approximately from noon to 1 Mountain Time. So we appreciate you being here with us. We'll speak to some of the questions. Hopefully you'll be able to navigate your way through the WHUVA interface and provide questions. You'll have an opportunity to vote on those questions, elevating them to the top. Kind of wanted to give just a little bit of background for this symposium. 5.5 years ago, the Nevada Department of Wildlife hosted the summer WAFWA meeting, and the theme was changing landscapes. Many of the changes examined were fire related. We had a speaker come in, George Gruhl, who was retired from the U.S. Forest Service and a former Nevada Department of Wildlife employee, and he shared many of his long-term photo comparisons highlighting these long-term habitat changes. George studied fire's role in ecosystems throughout the western U.S. for decades and frequently made the statement that fire was a problem. In some ecosystems, there was too much fire, and in other ecosystems, too little fire. As we look at the member states and provinces that comprise WAFWA, there's a great diversity of ecosystems. We can find extremely fire-adapted ecosystems comprised of plant species that evolved with historic fire frequencies of 5 to 8 year intervals, and we can find extremely arid sites with incredibly low primary productivity and fire frequencies that exceed 100 years. Please understand the uniqueness of each site and each fire. Take and apply what you can from this symposium, realizing that as we increase our scale, we may decrease the applicability of our findings. Take what you can from this symposium. We need not look too far to recognize that with respect to wildlife, in the present moment, we struggle. In the present moment, we struggle with fuel loads, invasive species, climate change, mega fires, public perceptions, funding, and much, much more. The present moment, as Henry David Thoreau put it, is the meaning of two eternities. Everything that has happened before this moment and everything that will happen after. Each and every fire is a present moment that represents everything that happened before that specific event, and what we do in that moment and immediately after that moment will set things in motion for everything that will happen after. As we listen to our incredible panel members today, please think about what we can collaboratively do with our science, our management, and our policies at this present moment to positively affect all that may happen after this present moment, and given the challenges resulting from all that has come before. Thinking about each fire event as a specific present moment, representing everything that has come before that moment. What is it that WAFWA can do to help shape the future of fire management in the West? pre-suppression activities, suppression, post-fire event. What can we do in the present moment to help shape all that is to come? We have a few housekeeping details, questions and answers, as I alluded to before. If you have questions for the panelists, please use the WAFWA platform. All questions will be held until after all panelists have presented, and based on the time left in the session, we'll try to get to as many as possible. If you see those questions pop up and it's a question that you'd like to see an answer to, feel free to weigh in on that, give it a vote. That'll elevate those questions to the top. There'll be just to the right of the main screen is a question and answer tab, and if you want to ask a question, specify which presenter you're directing the question to and then submit. Other attendees can give that a thumbs up, as I indicated, and that'll help us gauge the interest in the question and likely move it to the top of the rankings of priority. As far as breaks and the formatting, there are no scheduled breaks except for the lunch previously mentioned, unless one of the panels wraps up early. So certainly take a break as needed. We are holding this session in a Zoom webinar format, so there's no need for you as an attendee to mute your audio or stop your video. This channel will be open all day, so you can stay here, even during lunch if you'd like. And we are recording this session, so if you miss parts of it, we'll have it posted in a few days for your review. So with that, what I'd like to do is begin to introduce one by one our speakers for the first session, setting the stage for the importance of this symposium and sharing expected outcomes. I hope you've had a chance to look through the agenda. I hope you've had a chance to familiarize yourself with truly just how fortunate we are today with the panelists that we have before you. First, I'd like to introduce Wade Crowfoot and hear from Mr. Crowfoot, giving him an opportunity to set the stage for the importance and share his expected outcomes. Wade Crowfoot was appointed California's Natural Resources Secretary by Governor Gavin Newsom in January of 2019. Secretary Crowfoot oversees an agency of 19,000 employees who protect and manage California's natural resources. This includes the state's forests and natural lands, rivers and waterways, coast and ocean, fish and wildlife, as well as energy development. As a member of the governor's cabinet, he advises the governor on natural resources and environmental issues. Prior to leading the Natural Resource Agency, Crowfoot served as Chief Executive Officer of the Water Foundation, a nonprofit philanthropy that builds shared water solutions across the American West. Before that, Crowfoot served in Governor Jerry Brown's administration as Deputy Cabinet Secretary and Senior Advisor to the Governor. He also previously served as West Coast Regional Director for the Environmental Defense Fund and a Senior Environmental Advisor to the then San Francisco Mayor, Gavin Newsom. We're truly honored to have Mr. Crowfoot here today and anxious to open this symposium, hearing from Mr. Crowfoot and setting the stage for the importance of this symposium and sharing his expected outcome. Mr. Crowfoot.
Tony, thanks so much. And all, thanks for having me here in this discussion. I have to say, as we emerge from probably one of the most challenging years of our careers and our lives, I'm really thankful of the work that we collectively get to do conserving our natural environment. Here in Sacramento, about 5 miles from my home is the American River. And over the break, I was able to get there and catch the tail end of the salmon spawn, as well as take my family up to a wildlife refuge and see the remarkable Alaskan snow geese that spend their winters in California. And I think I want to remind us of just how special the work we do is amidst the pandemic. Here in California, the number of fishing licenses and hunting licenses spiked last year, as well as our state park visitation, as more and more of our residents actually reconnected to nature and the outdoors as a way to get through a challenging time. So our work has never been more important. At the same time, as Tony mentioned, our natural environment, our fish and wildlife is challenged almost as never before. And there are obviously a range of stressors one of which we'll focus today, which is catastrophic wildfire. Now, I think most, if not all of us in this discussion understand that catastrophic wildfire risk is worsening in the Western United States. Consider that in late 2018, during the Trump administration, federal scientists issued the National Climate Assessment. And one of the key findings of that scientific assessment is that Western wildfires will get more challenging in coming decades as a result of climate change. So I want to spend a few minutes sharing our recent experiences in California and highlighting maybe 4 themes that could be relevant to your discussion today, focused on what we're doing in California. So you probably know that we had our worst wildfire season in California's history this past spring, summer, and fall. Over 4 million acres of California burned, almost 5% of our land mass. 5 of the 6 largest fires in our state's history were burning at once this summer. Frankly, overwhelming a massive fire response infrastructure that we have. Obviously, loss of life, major property destruction, and of course, decimation of environmental habitats and species. At the same time this summer, we experienced our highest temperatures on record, most likely breaking a world record for the hottest temperature recorded on Earth in Death Valley, and temperature 20 degrees in greater LA and well into the 110s where we have our state capital in Sacramento. At the same time, our winters are warmer than ever, which means more of our precipitation in the winter is falling as rain and not snow, which is creating longer wildfire seasons. So from our perspective, our catastrophic fire challenge has never been bigger and is becoming more complex and worsening. So we simply can't respond our way out of the challenge. Despite strong partnerships with the Forest Service and with local mutual aid, we think it's really a poor investment if all we do is build our response capacity. So obviously we need to strengthen our wildfire resilience, which means improving the health of our forests and natural landscapes. Here are 4 themes that I'll touch on, which we're advancing. The first is fully embracing every bit of science we can understand around how this risk is changing and how we can address wildfire risk and build resilience, both in natural systems and our communities. I think it's fair to say we can't put our head in the ground or head in the sand for against understanding or choosing not to do all we can to understand how the climate's changing, how that changes our forests and natural landscapes, and then what are the most effective solutions that we can achieve. Given that we are investing in climate science in California to understand and to downscale scientific understanding in ways that resource managers can actually utilize. So embracing science. Number 2 is pursuing a more inclusive definition of conservation in California, which means we need to engage in active forest management. One of the reasons why we face such challenges in California with wildfires is what has been fire exclusion in recent decades and a lack of management of the forest, quite frankly. And so we envision a definition of conservation that's not only about protecting our environment, but actually integrating various uses onto our landscapes. We can engage in active forest management, whether it's prescribed fires or vegetation management and thinning, while maintaining a thriving ecosystem. And I think too often in the West, in California, it has been the environment versus the economy, or protection versus human use. And our governor believes in this notion of conservation that includes people and nature together. So we recently announced a goal of conserving 30% of California by 2030, the so-called 30 by 30 goal. And we envision that will not only benefit our biodiversity and environmental conservation, but it's also going to expand recreational opportunities for fishing and hunting, deepen partnerships with tribes, and sometimes achieve co-management of these lands with tribes, and allow for economic productive use of the land. And I actually think that this inclusive conservation is a theme that we can partner with states on across the West, regardless of the political differences of our leaders. The third concept beyond science and inclusive conservation is more integrated environmental management. We're having interesting conversations around how we approach our conservation and restoration more from an ecosystem basis than a single species basis. I know we all have to implement the Federal Endangered Species Act, and in our case, the State Endangered Species Act in California, and that takes a very species-specific focus. But in fact, what we realize is the challenges that we face and multiple species face, as well as these overlapping threats of wildfire and drought, require us to take a much more holistic approach to environmental management. For example, really looking at our watersheds as the important infrastructure for our water supply and water quality, but at the same time, obviously critical habitat for our animals, and properly managed for watersheds as a way to limit catastrophic wildfire. An example from Colorado that demonstrates this integration is Denver Water, that invests tens of millions of dollars in watershed management, forested watershed management, vegetation management in those watersheds. So really trying to link the different sectors. So we're addressing drought and wildfire and other threats at the same time, and taking an ecosystem approach versus a single species approach. And then lastly, I think the other key theme that we're advancing is regionalized partnerships. Particularly in our state, we're a big state with diverse landscapes and different profiles of wildfire risk across our state. And what that means is it's not all about forest management. In some cases, in some parts of our state, for example, Southern California, have shrubland, woodland, chaparral that requires very different approaches than our forested Sierra Nevada or our redwood coast. And so what we recognize is in terms of limiting catastrophic wildfire risk and conserving the environment, it can't be a one-size-fits-all. We have to take different approaches based on the different ecosystems. And as Tony said, all fires are different, and frankly, our landscapes and ecosystems are different. And so how can we actually, as a state, bring resources together and coordinate the scale and pace of activity we need to limit catastrophic wildfire risk, but then implement specific strategies in each of our regions in partnership with our federal agencies, which, as we know, across the American West own most of the land in our states, including in California. So our federal agencies, our local governments, our counties. In California, we have resource conservation districts, a number of various stakeholders, the timber industry, environmental conservation groups. So, from our perspective, none of our states is actually going to address the catastrophic wildfire risk alone, but we are this key hub of organization just by virtue of the centrality of state governments in each of our states. So in coming days, actually later this week, our governor is going to announce his proposed budget for this year, and it will have what I hope is an unprecedented amount of investment in wildfire resilience and forest and landscape resilience. And accompanying that will be the result or the product of a 2-year process where we established a forest management task force to develop recommendations around how to scale up investments and actions. So we'll have a lot to announce here in California on what we're doing. And then Tony, lastly, I'd say I'm really hoping that the association can work to share information and knowledge across state jurisdictions. We learn a lot from other Western states in terms of what you're doing on both species management, environmental conservation, but also wildfire. And then we hope to share our experiences as well. So thanks for the opportunity to connect. And I'm really excited to hear from Jason and Mike as well here on the panel. Jason represents Governor Brown in Oregon, of course, and she and Oregon have been so supportive to California during the wildfire season. And those two governors are key partners on a number of topics. And then, of course, Mike and Colorado have learned a lot about everything from bark beetle management to watershed management from Colorado. So, Tony, thanks for the opportunity to join today.
Thank you, Wade. And your four themes really resonate with me. The notion of inclusive, integrated partnerships that are being informed by the best available science are all things that resonate really strongly, I think, in the whole conservation arena right now. And if there are things, you talk about information sharing, as a expected outcome here, I think if it can happen with 40 million people in an incredibly ecologically, demographically diverse state like California, it's going to be a great model for anyone, anywhere. So thank you so much for your thoughtful and thought-provoking comments today. We really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll have some opportunity to do a little deeper dive on some of these ideas and with some Q&A later, or maybe at the close. So thank you very much for being here today. Next up, as Wade mentioned, Jason Miner. So Jason holds a bachelor's in biology from Amherst College and a master's of environmental management and a law degree from Duke University. Mr. Miner has previously served as executive director of 1,000 Friends of Oregon, a landscape director for the Nature Conservancy, conservation director for Oregon Trout, and as an environmental attorney at Ball Janik LLP. He's currently the Natural Resources Policy Director for Oregon Governor Kate Brown. Jason, thank you as well for your time and thoughts here today. Take it away, Jason.
Thanks, Tony, and thanks, Secretary Crowfoot, for the kind words, our neighbors to the south, and really, I think, our neighbors to the north, also Washington. I hear a lot of similarities. And I think one thing to reflect on during the day are similarities among the forest plans and the approach to forest planning and the approach to wildfire planning that, all three of these West Coast states are taking. Hopefully we'll have a chance to pick that up a bit. I wanted to reflect for a moment. I came on board with the governor in 2015. And really about 2018, in working with Governor Brown, we began to speak about every fire season that she has been governor has been a historic fire season. And that was a line that I think, brought both focus and a little bit of levity to a very, very difficult conversation and a very, very difficult challenge. Something that, that deeply impacts so many communities. But needs focus and attention. But consistently, we would be saying, this is a historic fire season, we need more resources. This is a historic fire season, we need policy change. Given climate change and systemic drought, we are again facing a historic fire season. And by the 2018 fire season, our seasons had taken on sort of distinct patterns. Every year we would have a fire exceed 100,000 acres. We would be visited by the Secretary of Agriculture of Purdue, Sonny Perdue, or the Chief Vicki Christensen from the U.S. Forest Service, and visit those fires and try to deduce lessons learned from what had happened on the landscape in each year. And by 2019, January of 2019, following a very, very difficult 2018 fire season, we knew that we wanted to take a different approach. And I am hopeful that in walking through this little bit of Oregon history, that it will inform your conversations in your own states and across the West, and inform the list is going to have to get a smidge longer than 4. I will add to Wade's, to Secretary Crowfoot's list. And I think, you know, I'm happy to have the setup that to have us go in this order, because most of my conclusions right now are more political, and I think it's always, you know, it's been effective to have the political inform the scientific as well. But by 2018, you know, 3 things had changed in that fairly consistent pattern. One, the Rogue Valley was inundated every year with a blanket of thick smoke that, you know, led to the local communities losing a great deal of economic value, having substantial health impacts, and the perception that there was a 5th season, smoke season, in Southern Oregon, which was perceived as somewhat inevitable. Also, the Eagle Creek fire in the Columbia Gorge in 2017 burned close to the Portland suburbs, threatened Portland suburbs, our largest population center, and inundated the Portland metro area with also a thick blanket of smoke for much of the year, or much of the summer, and burned one of the most visible scenic and recreational corridors proximate to the largest population center in the state. And I think really 2017, 2018, wildfire became a phenomena that, rather than being viewed as something that largely affected the forestry industry or the forest industry and the forest sector, really affected every single Oregonian and affected every single aspect of our economy, from recreational shutdowns to manufacturing impacts, to water quality impacts, to healthcare impacts. It was no longer, wildfire was no longer a sort of able to be viewed in any way, shape, or form in any corner of the state as a single sector issue. And in January of 2019, the governor issued an executive order creating the Wildfire Response Council. And over the course of the next 9 months, 40 people from diverse sectors came together and crafted a series of recommendations to modernize Oregon's approach to fire, and to put together a scope of the problem. And in fact, Paul Hesberg and some of your presenters later today were there at our first meeting, kicking off and defining the nature of the problem. What really grabbed headlines was that the council identified the problem as about a $4 to $6 billion problem that could conceivably be tackled over the next 20 years. And numbers like 4 to 6 billion, you know, grab headlines. From that work, from 9 months of concerted science, policy, and multi-sector work, we crafted the governor's omnibus fire bill for the Oregon 2020 regular session, which starts in January and usually concludes in March. That bill followed the National Cohesive Wildfire Strategy. It's the outline of the National Cohesive Wildfire Strategy, the recommendations from our Fire Council, which you can find online, and I'd be happy to share, to find a way to share. There are 37 recommendations, and they break down along the lines of the National Cohesive Strategy. Specifically, you know, addressing issues of creating fire rebuilding or retrofitting our communities to be fire-adapted communities, investing in safe and effective fire response, as Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, the world-class fire response that they have in California, and the world-class militia-based model that we have in Oregon. And lastly, creating resilient ecosystems. And again, you know, drawing on what Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, trying to get into this issue of what do we do before fire? How do we have a more fire-ready landscape? We know, and you will see later today, the definition that much of the landscape has fuel issues, has forest health issues, and combinations of mechanical thinning and controlled burnings are part of our recommendations, or part of the recommendations to go forward. We moved that National Cohesive Strategy, I believe, is, you know, similar to, I see echoes in California's approach, and I also see echoes in Washington's approach. Secretary Franz up in Washington, our counterpart. That bill, we ran it in the 2020 session. It was one of the governor's highest priorities. It ran alongside the governor's cap and trade climate bill. Fire was the bill that she testified on the first day of session. Cap and trade was the bill that she testified on the second day of session. The session ultimately ended in a walkout that killed our fire bill and killed the largest investment in fire policy change we had going in about March of 2020. What happened since is we were hopeful that at the end of 2020, that the 2020 fire season would not be significant. We had, put forward a series of investments that might make a difference on the ground. The day prior to Labor Day, we had had a fairly moderate 2020 fire season. On Labor Day, our fire season matched what Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, became the largest wildfire season in Oregon history with 1.2 million acres burning. And really, seeing West Side wet forests burn was a different reality for Oregon. Often we have fires in East Side dry forests or Southwestern Oregon dry forests, but our wet forests burned at a substantial and significant magnitude. That too, again, 2 weeks of fire inundation in all of our population centers, has led the state, I think, to again recognize we are in a changed dynamic and we need to do something about it. That said, as I mentioned at the beginning, I think my lessons drawn are more political, or the advice that I can give to this group. I hope tiers onto the advice from California is not meant to supersede it, but I strongly feel that we walked into a legislative session, a policy-making venue, in which we had 9 months of our best attempt to define the scientists, some of the best scientists involved, and some of the folks you'll hear from later today, and yet still ran into a political problem, perhaps oriented around the issues of climate change and a cap and trade bill running alongside our fire bill. But we are committed to still making these reforms based on the national cohesive strategy, 3 prongs of the stool: landscape change, community change, and response change. And our 2021 session starts in about 10 days. We will have another omnibus bill going forward. But I think that the lessons that I would draw and want to inform this group in thinking about the day ahead. First, it's clear, as has been mentioned already, that we have a failure of our policy to match the size of our problem. And that's sort of the overarching umbrella. But I would also say we have a failure of our metaphors to describe the threat to ecosystems of the human communities. During the course of that 9 months, I was hopeful I would never be in a venue with a fellow Californian to have to mention this. But so often our narrative was, and our metaphor was, we want to prevent the next paradise. And yet in Labor Day 2020, we had Elkhorn, we had Gates, we had several cities in Oregon burn over. Fortunately, we did not have the same loss of life. But our metaphors are not accurate to describe to the public the scope and the necessity of the problem. Second, I would say we have deep-seated disagreement about what a forest is and what role forests play in our states and communities. I now view this conversation about fire, and perhaps you do too, as part of the arc of forest politics in the West. What is a tree? Is it a source of revenue? Is it a source of rural community well-being? Is it a carbon sink? Is it habitat? There's just such a deep-seated disagreement, and that disagreement makes it difficult to get to the pre-fire treatment conversation that has been lined out already and that Oregon desperately needs. And lastly, though much of the science and approach is settled, who should pay for those changes is unsettled and is really the source of so much political disagreement. Is this, in Oregon, I think we have come to the conclusion that these are general fund obligations. This is an obligation that impacts every Oregonian. At the same time, there are industries that are disproportionately impacted and also contribute to paying for the cost of firefighting. Perhaps a final overarching comment is one thing that guided the Fire Council was the notion that we need to redefine the public-private partnership on the landscape and across boundaries. The history of the West is much about private wealth being derived from public resources on public land. We need to find ways to incentivize and flip that so that private industry is creating public benefit, namely fire reduction, on the publicly loaned landscape, as again was referenced, with so much of the land owned by the federal government or state governments. That flipping of redefining the relationship between the public and private sector and how we manage lands may be fundamental to actually making this progress. Again, thanks to the association for having me and allowing me to speak. Thanks to my fellow presenters, and thanks to me.
Thank you, Jason. And I too agree with you. It was really a perfect setup to follow Wade. And as I listen to you speak to the importance, the political importance and the policy importance, I'm reminded of some of my own biases. As you know, trained as a biologist, we often think, well, if we had the data, if we had the science, you know, we could drive that policy, but they're not independent and they're not unique. And it really goes back to two words that Wade used, and inclusive and integrated. And I know that maybe he wasn't necessarily using them to represent policy, the politics, you know, and the data, but it really speaks to this as a much bigger, and as you put it, not a single sector problem, but a much bigger issue, and looking for ways to share this challenge with all sectors and all members of society. So thank you as well very much for your thought-provoking comments and remarks and setting the stage for this symposium. Thanks, Jason. Next up, to kind of close us out on this opening session is Mike Lester. Mike is a state forester and director of the Colorado State Forest Service at Colorado State University's Warner College of Natural Resources. His work focuses on the protection of Colorado's forest resources and ensuring forestry education, outreach, and technical assistance to private landowners. Mike previously served as the assistant state forester for the Pennsylvania Bureau of Forestry. Mike holds an MBA from the State University of New York and a Master of Forestry from Duke University. We have a couple Blue Devils here, and he is the past president of the Society of American Foresters. All right, Mike, let's hear your thoughts and setting up the importance of the symposium and maybe some hopeful takeaways for you. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you, Wade and Jason. Although being the last speaker, you tend to say, ooh, I wish I'd brought that up, or ooh, I wish I brought that up. So thank you, because you've covered a lot of the points that I wish I had, particularly if we had 2, 3, 4 hours to go through this conversation. But let me first thank Dan Prenzello, who's the Colorado's Director of Parks and Wildlife. Dan asked me to make this presentation because he thought, well, you deal with fire on a pretty much a daily basis, and this is true. So I really appreciate that from Dan. The Colorado State Forest Service is part of Colorado State University, but we're also part of the Department of Natural Resources. It's kind of a unique relationship where we're part actually of both. And so Dan Prenzello is one of my fellow directors of DNR as well. And I think that 2020, which I'm actually glad to see in the rearview mirror, it really is indicative of the theme of this conversation today of advancing collaborative science, management, and policy. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it. Jason mentioned the cohesive strategy. I'm going to go into just a little bit more because it frames how Colorado deals with a lot of this. The cohesive strategy was derived in 2009, and it resulted in a letter from Secretaries of Interior and Agriculture going to Congress suggesting that this approach, this more general approach, would be a way to deal with the burgeoning wildfire problem. And it is an approach, and it has not kept the wildfire problem from continue to increase. But it deals with resilient landscapes, it deals with fire adapted communities, and in Colorado, 50% of our population live in the wildland urban interface, so that's pretty significant. And the third item is it deals with safe and effective fire response. Now in Colorado, resilient landscapes and fire adapted communities are the primary responsibility of the Colorado State Forest Service. Safe and effective fire response is the responsibility of the Division of Fire Prevention and Control, which is part of the Department of Public Safety. And at first glance, it may not seem like a particularly grand idea to separate that, but actually the working relationship we have has been very effective. And it's not that we don't have an impact on fire response. We have single resources that we send out there, and certainly the Division of Fire Prevention and Control also has a role in mitigation, which is the resilient landscapes. So we tend to share that, and that's pretty important. Well, let's get to 2020. Our ecosystems are generally fire adapted, not exclusively, but generally, and certainly our forested ecosystems are. So that creates some interesting issues going forward, both policy and on the ground issues. But however, we've got a long history of fire suppression, something that we thought was a really grand idea for close to 100 years, and have found that it has some negative repercussions. The lack of forest management is certainly, as Wade had mentioned, has certainly been an impact in our forests. And of course, our changing climate. It's produced longer fire seasons and a lower snowpack. And in Colorado, that snowpack is the source of the majority of our water, as well as the water for 18 other states. So that's pretty critical. It's led to a dangerous buildup of fuels. And of course, as we've been predicting for a while, sooner or later, that's going to come and bite us. And it bites us every year, as has happened in California and Oregon. And it bites us with exceedingly larger bites in each year. But 2020 was the year that we've been predicting, and happened. It was a drought year. We have a fairly windy climate here in the interior Rockies. Not quite the Santa Ana winds they have in California, but it's kind of hard to distinguish the difference when they're blowing. And so the result was no surprise, but it was devastating nevertheless. We had our top 5 fires this year. We're over 600,000 acres. Doesn't come close to matching California's 4.1 million acres, but for the state of Colorado, it was pretty devastating. We had the top 3 fires in Colorado's history, and the top 2 by far eclipsed the previous top fire in our history. And we saw some things that we didn't think we would see before. The East Troublesome Fire, it blew up 100,000 acres in 24 hours. We've never seen that before. Perhaps they have seen that in California or Oregon or Washington, but it's something we had never seen before. And frankly, we hope we never see again. And it has led to a massive destruction of wildlife habitat. And our previous experience with insects, particularly mountain pine beetle and spruce bark beetle, have left us with more than enough snags to keep our wildlife folks happy. And we certainly didn't need any more. And this year certainly has led to a massive change in our habitat. This is also the year we did our Forest Action Plan. It's a key planning document that every state is required to do. And it's very similar in intent with the State Wildlife Action Plan, which probably most of y'all are familiar with. And our Forest Action Plan had 6 themes. One of them was wildlife, in which we took almost directly from the State Wildlife Action Plan. But another one was living with wildfire. And of course, that generated some goals as well. And those 3 goals were promote community fire adaptation, because like I say, we have a lot of our communities and half our population live under that threat. Reduce the risk of uncharacteristic wildfire, or sometimes called mega fires. And the third was to promote the role of fire in ecological processes. Now, those last 2 are kind of interesting because for the folks in this room, you understand this. It's the science you deal with every day. But for the general public, this creates a pretty large education challenge. Our public seems to look at most of our natural resource issues they'd like to put it in a nice tight little box. So is fire good or is fire bad? And when we answer yes, they're not really happy with that answer, and that requires quite a bit of education. But we do have fire adapted ecosystems, and we are always going to have fire in Colorado. There's no question about it. We're not trying to eliminate fire. From an ecological standpoint, it wouldn't even be a good idea. But we do need to do something about these uncharacteristic fires that we're having. They're not helping ecosystems. They're not helping communities. They're affecting our air quality. They're affecting our water quality, wildlife habitat. And carbon is taking our forests from being a carbon sink to being a carbon source, which is not where we want them to be. So that educational challenge is there to explain that. So how do you address this? Well, I think we've got a lot of answers already from Wade and Jason, and I appreciate what they've had to say, and I'm going to repeat, I think, a few of them. But the answer really is partially in the theme of this meeting. advance of collaborative science, management, and policy. Collaboration is going to be, has been, and will continue to be a real key for us. And I appreciate Wade mentioning Denver Water, who is one of our most important partners, but they're not the only one. Northern Water, Colorado Springs Utilities, Aurora Water, they are all putting their money where their mouth is. In the case of Denver Water, they found out that trying to dredge all the debris from our wildfires out of their reservoirs was hugely expensive, and given our granitic soils, almost technically impossible. And it was a much better investment to invest in forest health than to try to clean up in the aftermath. And I think we're finding that out in almost every situation that we deal with. But we have some tools. We've got one called shared stewardship. It was something that Department of Agriculture came up with, and many of the Western states have signed on to this. And I think ultimately we've all signed on to the concept. And shared stewardship was the agreement was signed by Governor Jared Polis and Undersecretary of Agriculture Jim Hubbard in October of 2019. It was fitting that Undersecretary Hubbard was represented Secretary Perdue, because Jim used to be the state forester of Colorado. So it was always good to see him back here, but particularly with a document like this. And it included state and federal agencies, predominantly the U.S. Forest Service, and from state agencies, the Department of Natural Resources and the State Forest Service. But other state agencies are involved, and other federal agencies are involved. Natural Resource Conservation Service is a key player there. The Rocky Mountain Research Station, which is the research arm of the Forest Service, is also a key player as well. And then, of course, all the folks that we've already mentioned, the collaborative groups, the utility industry, the forest products industry, have all been key players there as well. And we're still developing it. We're still working on it. But I think the focus that we have going forward is, what are the values we're trying to protect? We need to identify those, because we do have limited resources. And once we identify those values, whether it be a community or a water resource, how are we going to protect them? And we're going to need to protect them by planning together. And one of the things we need to avoid is what Chief Vicki Christensen calls random acts of conservation. You know, we have a tendency to run off on our own, do a project here, do a project here, do a project over there. And each individual project certainly has some merit. But unless we're linking those projects together and creating a landscape effect, when these mega fires roll through, they're pretty ineffective. But when we link those processes together, they're a lot more effective. We have another thing called the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative, and that is between the U.S. Forest Service and the National Wild Turkey Federation. They're the ones that came up with this idea, and they selected Colorado for its implementation. And this is to deal with pace and scale. In other words, we're not moving fast enough, and we're not doing it in scale large enough. And so we had a board of collaborative agencies sit together and vet some projects. And we picked 3 projects in the state of Colorado, where we're all going to work together to try to produce pace and scale, increase the scale of how we're working, and make sure it's a landscape initiative involving wildlife agencies, forestry agencies, and certainly everybody in between. And so that's a couple of efforts we've had going forward, and we hope to see those replicated in other states. And of course, we work closely with Tom Porter from California and Peter Dougherty from Oregon. So state foresters in the West spend a lot of time talking together to try to share solutions, and it certainly has been helpful. So in conclusion, our main message is we need to invest in our forests. Our forests produce a lot for the state of Colorado. It's part of the character of the state, and we need to invest in our forests. And we're starting to see some impetus on doing that. We share the same political issues that Jason is seeing, but right now our governor has proposed some investments in both water restoration and in our forests for the next couple of years at levels that would probably seem small to California, but are quite big for us in Colorado. Because the point is, we're never going to have enough resources. I mean, that's something we need to live with, which is why we have to be strategic. And we're never going to be able to do enough on our own. CAL FIRE has roughly 5,000 permanent employees. We have 115. So we have a lot of work to do. And our only hope is to do this in partnership, working with federal partners, working with the utilities. If we all work together, we can make a difference here, and we can start to reduce the number of uncharacteristic fires that we have. On our own, we're in serious trouble, but together, I think we do have a shot. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And I'm honored to be on a panel with both Wade and Jason, and I really appreciate what they had to say. And Colorado can only say, we agree. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mike. It's certainly reassuring to hear the commonality in your themes, although it's probably not surprising, but it would be a far more daunting conversation and task if you all three had starkly different perspectives. So thank you for that. And to quote a famous line from a movie, you had me at 100,000 acres in 24 hours. I maybe edited a little bit for freedom there, but I want to thank you all, and I wish that in some ways that we were in person so that we could truly show our appreciation via applause for all the thoughtful input that each of you provided. Although if we were in person, we might not be able to corral such an esteemed member panel here. So thank you all very much, and I really hope that you are able to enjoy some of the other panels today, or certainly join us when we try to tie a bow around all this at the close later this afternoon. But truly honored to have each of you. Truly appreciate the thoughtful comments and perspectives that each of you bring. I know I've taken copious notes, and you've started the gears turning in my mind in ways that we can try to be more integrated and inclusive, and have partnership to address policy, and being informed by the best available science, and a lot of really good points brought up. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it, and I wish we could truly show our appreciation via applause, but not able to do so clearly in a virtual environment. So thank you all. I hope you're able to join us later this afternoon. But with that, we're going to move on to the next session, the first panel 1, which is fire impact on terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. This is the current state of the science, as well as possible research priorities will be discussed. And I want to turn the floor over to the panel moderator. And the panel moderator for panel 1 is Kevin Schaefer with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Kevin is the Chief of Fisheries for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. He's worked for the department for more than 30 years. Kevin's efforts on wildfire started in 1993 during the firestorms in Southern California. Those efforts resulted in a collaboration between the state's firefighting and wildlife agencies to partner in pre, during, and post-fire activities, strategies, and policies. Since that time, Kevin has put on workshops and conferences on wildfire, trained hundreds of state scientists, and helped establish the California and national associations for fire ecology, and co-edited and authored chapters in Fire in California's Ecosystems. So with that, Kevin, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Tony. Thank you. Basically, I want to thank the association, specifically Cindy Delaney and Chris Moore, for this opportunity. I'll try to be brief in my introduction of our 3 esteemed speakers, and to reinforce some of the things you heard from state leaders across the West. Pay particular attention to the presentations. You heard about information sharing, you heard about inclusion, it is much of what I'll say is my opinion, professional opinion, but that inclusion needs to include the folks that you're going to hear from, folks in California like Dr. Scott Stevens at UC Berkeley. They need to be part of the regular discussions on landscape management and dealing with wildfire. I fail to be a good person in that world of metaphors, but my family history comes from the communities that are affected by fire, and so we need to find a way of folks from British Columbia, and Lori wrote a paper about what we can learn from California, being able to help people in New Mexico in how to deal with things. People in Colorado being able to help folks out here in California, because what we are now experiencing in the 30 years I've dealt with fire is the experience of any one state is pretty much the experience of Northern or Western North America. And I'll explain it this way. In '93, when I came into this realm, we had public debate and fights between state and federal agencies and state agencies amongst themselves about whether we're going to protect species or protect communities. And we were talking about expanded fire seasons and the expense of fires and the loss of land. And we started looking with organizations that fought fires at the effects to wildlife. And there were lots of concerns, and we made great strides. Fast forward to 2007 and 8, we started seeing what we call type conversion in Southern California. We started seeing native species habitat change underneath the native species to the point of, if it continued, we'd be looking at extinction of state and federally listed animals. Now, fast forward to 2017. We're not talking about fire season anymore. San Diego County was the first county to basically say there's no fire season here. It's 12 months a year. Now much of our state is in that situation. We're not talking about necessarily rare and endangered species. If you follow the news, you'll see that deer, mountain lions, black bears, which are have wide ranges and are fairly common, they are now being not just affected, but impacted by fires. But most importantly, I think the translation of inclusion and information sharing and working together has to do with the folks I worked with in the 90s and then going into the 2000s. We pretty much knew what was going to happen, but we didn't have the experience or the data as already has been mentioned. And now, starting in 2017, the forest is us. And it started in Sonoma County with a couple of fires where basically we didn't need a forest. We didn't need a chaparral. We didn't need an invasive grassland to have a huge fire. We were now the fire. In 1993, I went to my first fire conference in San Diego, and the retiring chief of county fire was making a presentation about human civilizations in North America, specifically California, and said, until we learn to live with fire, we will continue to experience what we're experiencing. And he went over the experience of the first people, the Native Americans, and what they did initially in the state and how they built their communities. And basically, they experienced what we're experiencing. Their communities were wiped out by fire. And so they changed what they did. Then the Spaniards come. The initial missions in California were all built out of wood. Well, they weren't built out of wood after a while because they all burned down. So basically his message was, we need to learn, because until we learn, it's just going to keep clobbering us. Now you lay the reality, and I think we're finally there, I hope we're finally there, to accept the effects of a changing climate. I can't imagine the nightmare he would have had in his presentation if he would have known what we know now, which is we've lost 3 decades. The 3 speakers you're going to hear from, and I'll introduce the first one now, have enormous experience. And yes, they're scientists, but it's real experience that from a small town in a mountain or a valley to a large urban interface should be learning from. And so folks that aren't me need to help us translate that, because we need to be working together year round, all the time. And so I'll give, with each introduction, I'll give some hints about some things to really clearly look for. But when you listen to Jason and Gavin and Lori, literally think about, how could I contact them and learn about their colleagues, read their research, learn from them, because this is where inclusion and information sharing is going to go. It's got to be the entire west of the continent, if not the entire continent, because I think our brothers and sisters in the east, starting with the southeast, are going to be where we are now with wildland fire. So with that, I'll introduce our first speaker, which Gavin, who comes to us from the Rocky Mountain Research Center, which I can tell you in the early 90s was a place for me to get lots of information from. He's also an adjunct professor at New Mexico. He's going to talk to us about terrestrial primarily issues, but I want to just give you some words that I drew from simply his publications that are in press right now: resilience, megafires, biodiversity, forest restoration, species conservation, climate change, elevated gradients, habitat selection. These are all real concepts in effectively dealing with what we're seeing now on wildland fire and wildlife effects. So with that, Gavin, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Kevin, for that introduction. And I just want to confirm that you can see my screen. Okay, great. All right, well, thank you again for that introduction, Kevin. So I loved the opening plenary and some of the comments that were made there. And there are a couple of things that I want to start with here. First is I think we all recognize fire as a part of our world, and it's going to continue to be a big part of our ecosystems and the landscapes in which we live. And I think we're all searching for answers about how to manage ecosystems for multiple objectives in this complicated and ever-changing landscape of fire in the 21st century. And so today I'm going to talk about one potential way to unify some of these different objectives in landscape management through a concept called pyrodiversity. And so I'm calling pyrodiversity a unifying conservation paradigm in the age of megafires. And what pyrodiversity is essentially variation in fire effects across space or through time. And this is a nice landscape photo showing variation in burn severity following a fire in the central Sierra Nevada. This is a landscape that we would say has high pyrodiversity because you can see that there's a lot of juxtaposition of different kinds of burn severity. Some areas are unburned, some are burned at a moderate severity, others are burned at high severity where there's no canopy cover remaining. And if you turn from where that last photo was taken, if you turn about 90 degrees to the north, you see this landscape, which is a very different kind of landscape that has low pyrodiversity. And this is, these two photos were taken after the 2014 King Fire in the central Sierra Nevada, which I'm going to talk more about in a moment. But this is looking over the Rubicon River. And there's just a lot of variability within fires in terms of what pyrodiversity looks like. Some areas that are very diverse in the fire effects and some that are not very diverse like this. And I wanted to give you this visual representation of pyrodiversity because it is a concept that is very much at the cutting edge of science right now in terms of thinking about how wildlife respond to pyrodiversity and other aspects of ecosystems. And there's a hypothesis that's growing in the wildlife literature that is this, that pyrodiversity promotes biodiversity. And there are a lot of ecological hypotheses that underlie this general concept. And I'm not really going to touch on all of them here, but the idea that different kinds of fire effects can support needs of single species across their different life stages. Different fire effects can provide refuges from predation from some species. It can support multiple species across space because it's producing different kinds of habitat that support them and their different needs. And then differences in the seasonality of fire through time can do the same thing and create heterogeneity through time. And there's mounting evidence, and specifically in Western North America, in some of these dry forest landscapes in particular, that pyrodiversity does promote biodiversity. Also, pyrodiversity promotes forest resilience. Pyrodiversity, it creates heterogeneity in post-fire forest structure, and heterogeneous forests are more resilient to wildfire and to drought and other stressors, including climate change. So, it appears that pyrodiversity is good for both biodiversity and forest ecosystem resilience, and so this is a win-win, or so it appears. But there is a concern that maybe the pyrodiversity isn't good for everybody. Maybe it's not as good as it seems. And thinking of species like the spotted owl, which is a specialist on old forest or late serial forest types, and the black-backed woodpecker, which is a specialist on early cereal or really severely burned forest. You know, it's possible that biodiversity may not benefit these focal species, which again are at the forefront of forest conservation issues. This was noted by Secretary Crowfoot in the introductory plenary. And so in a sense, biodiversity could limit or alter the specific habitat needs of these species that we're thinking about a lot when we think about forest conservation. But what I'm going to show you actually is some evidence from recent empirical research showing that biodiversity actually does benefit both of these focal species in particular, in addition to meeting these other broader desired goals of ecosystem management. So going back to this photo looking over the Rubicon, this was the center of our long-term demographic study on California spotted owls. And the 2014 King Fire shown here in this colored map here, it burned through about half of our long-term demographic spotted owl study area, which is outlined in this black line. These black circles are long-term owl sites that we've monitored for several decades. And here the red showing the high severity burned area. And we studied the effects of the King Fire on spotted owls on our study area for 6 years after the King Fire now, which burned it again in 2014. And I'm going to show you a couple just examples of what I mean by how pyrodiversity affects spotted owls. And so here I'm just showing you an example, owl territory A. And here are two parallel images. One is just overhead looking at the post-fire imagery from space. And then overlaid on that to the right here is the burn severity. So blue is low severity, gray is unburned patches, and then the orange is moderate severity, red is high severity. And then there's also some salvage logging here that you see in black. But this territory, this owl site, had really high pyrodiversity. You see a big mixture of burn severities across its territory. And for the 6 years following the King Fire, this territory remained occupied by spotted owls. So even though the entire territory burned, it burned at a mixture of severities, it experienced high pyrodiversity, and it supported the needs of the individuals that were inhabiting that territory continuously 6 years post-fire. Compare this with another territory, and again, this is just an example, but there are many others like this, that experienced really low pyrodiversity, or rather almost the entire territory burned at high severity. There are some smaller patches of lower severity and unburned areas. But this territory was continuously unoccupied for 6 years post-fire. And you might say, well, maybe those territories were just of different quality, and so we can't really say what the effects of fire were on the occupancy patterns of spotted owls. But actually, both of these territories had the exact same pre-fire occupancy for the 22 years pre-fire that we studied patterns of occupancy for spotted owls. So these territories were of the same quality. And they were just burned in different ways, and that really affected how owls were able to persist in those landscapes. So high pyrodiversity, good; low pyrodiversity, bad for spotted owl occurrence or presence. We also studied how owls interact with these burned landscapes, how the surviving owls use burned forests. And we found that owls prefer small patches of high severity or severely burned forest, and they avoid large patches. And they also like patches that are really complex in shape. And so these are just a couple examples again. These yellow plus signs are owl locations from GPS tags. And you see here, this owl is really hammering this small patch of high severity or severely burned forest where all the overstory canopy was killed. And this owl over here was totally avoiding this big patch of severely burned forest while using some smaller patches in the center of its home range. And so, you know, again, these differences in patch size are emblematic of differences in pyrodiversity. There's a more diverse mosaic of burn severity and burn pattern over here on the left than there is over here on the right in this really homogeneous patch. Now, pivoting to some research by colleagues of mine, Andrew Stillman at University of Connecticut, working on blackback woodpeckers. We typically think of blackback woodpeckers as high severity lovers, and the more high severity fire we have on the landscape, the better. But actually his work showed something really interesting, which is consistent with what we found with spotted owls, in a sense, in that juvenile blackback woodpeckers, here these are GPS locations, prefer areas that have burned at low severity, so this blue color, and sticking along to the edges where there's green forest remaining. And adults, on the other hand, do prefer those high severity areas more. And so together, looking at across juveniles and adults, we see that a landscape that has this juxtaposition of high severity and low severity, or rather a pyrodiverse landscape, is ultimately better for blackback woodpeckers because it meets all of the needs, both of the adults and of the juveniles. And so the reason I started out this talk saying that pyrodiversity is a unifying concept in conservation in this era of megafires is because, I really think that it sort of demonstrates that you can have your cake and eat it too, in a sense. That these objectives of conserving wildlife and ecosystems are not in conflict with one another. And by thinking about fire and forest management that's guided by pyrodiversity, or creating these diverse landscapes, we can support dry forest ecosystem resilience, we can sustain ecosystem services like water quality, we can support biodiversity broadly speaking, based on this pyrodiversity concept, but also we can promote key habitat elements for these sensitive species like spotted owls and blackback woodpeckers. And so the science is increasingly clear that these objectives are not in conflict with one another. And this is just a nice image showing sort of two pathways into the future from a paper written by Scott Stevenson's colleagues that recently came out. By creating these diverse landscapes that are driven by fire management and integration of fire management and silviculture to create these diverse landscapes, we can promote habitat of sensitive species, promote ecosystem services and ecosystem resilience. And on the other hand, we have an alternative path of what I call the status quo, of not changing what we're doing, and allowing some of these ecosystems to convert to non-forest, experience large severe fires, which can increase runoff, fire emissions, degrade air quality, things like that, negatively affect water quality. So I mentioned at the top of this presentation that pyrodiversity is really a new area of research. And a lot of the work out there is pretty cutting edge, and there's not a lot known right now about pyrodiversity in general and how it touches on all these different components of management needs. So there's some outstanding needs and future directions in pyrodiversity research that I just want to touch on briefly. The first is, how do we operationalize pyrodiversity? It's a nice idea, but how do we put it into practice in a regulatory, legal, and management context? And I think that to get to this point, we need strong science management partnerships. We need the scientists and the managers and the policymakers working all alongside each other to try to understand how to roll this out, how to better integrate these concepts and make them actually happen on the ground. And I'll mention that my role here at the Rocky Mountain Research Station is to co-produce science with managers. And my desk is actually seated alongside the managers here in the southwestern region of the Forest Service to do exactly this, to strengthen these science management partnerships. And I think within the agency, within the Forest Service, there's a strong desire to do more and more of this. The second is to integrate the concept of pyrodiversity and fire management with silviculture to increase the pace and scale of restoration. And there's this concept that's emerging that's been put forward by some colleagues of mine called pyrosilviculture. And this is basically the more intentional integration of fire management with silviculture to increase the pace and scale of restoration more together than those two approaches can do separately, fire management and silviculture. So there's a lot of need to think about how biodiversity fits into that framework. And the third and final element, I think, touches on some issues that were raised in the opening plenary, is that, look, not all ecosystems are the same. And there may be some systems in which this concept of biodiversity breaks down. And it may not be, it maybe shouldn't be applied uniformly across all systems and in all contexts. So we need to better understand in what systems it works and in what systems it doesn't. And what I mostly have talked about today is thinking about these seasonally dry forest ecosystems, particularly those in the Sierra Nevada, but also those elsewhere. And so biodiversity seems to be a nice unifying concept in that system, but how does it work in other systems? And that's something we're still learning about. So I'll end there and say thank you so much for your time. And I'm really looking forward to the other talks as well.
Thank you, Gavin. That was, I didn't prep my points off of Gavin's presentation, but you can see a lot of the commonality. Our next speaker is Jason Denham. I want to point out some things about Jason, as I did about Gavin. When you look at his work and his research, you see aquatic ecosystems, you see variability, landscape attributes, invasion of non-natives, biotic resistance. Pay particular attention to slide 5. Why? Because Jason is now one of the leaders in aquatic ecosystems and the effect of wildfire on aquatic ecosystems. And you'll see reference to 2 of the pioneers in that world. And we're finally getting to a point where we have a lot of people for the first time in our professional history that are focused on wildlife and fire. And Jason is one of those people. He's again a federal scientist that works for the Forest and Rangeland Ecosystem Science Center out of Corvallis, and is associated with the university there. And he's considered an expert in what is called natural disturbance, which, you know, a lot of us think wildland fire is. So with that, I'll give the floor to Jason.
Kevin, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And you can see my screen.
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, it was really nice to hear Gavin's sort of overview of some of the cutting edge ideas for fire impacts on terrestrial ecosystems. A lot of folks don't think about fire in aquatic ecosystems, but it's a big deal. Here in the Pacific Northwest, we get about 40% of our runoff from national forests. So when something like this happens, which you can see here on the screen, it's a big deal in the terrestrial environment as well as the aquatic. I'm hoping today to just convey a few simple points based on a lot of research. I'm not going to get into the details of the science that we've done over the years, but I think you'll see that some of the points I'm making here, thankfully, sort of reinforce what we heard in the plenary this morning, which I thought was really good, and also what Gavin just told us about. So I got my start as a federal scientist in the Forest Service with the Rocky Mountain Research Station 25 years ago. And walking around some of the district offices and whatnot in my job, I saw this poster a lot on wildfire and fish, and this sort of speaks to the question that Mike Lester posed in his presentation: is fire good or is fire bad? And I think, you know, like him, the answer is yes. Or as an ecologist, I'll say, well, yeah, it depends. This poster sort of gives you the idea that fire is unconditionally bad. And when you look at the species here, like largemouth bass or common carp, you're like, maybe they overdid it a little bit. But species like salmonids that live in cold water, so salmon and trout, could be quite sensitive. And I'm going to focus on those species today. The alternative view, in contrast to this old poster that you still see around a lot, is that wildfire is a natural process, like Gavin was highlighting, and you know, species have persisted for millennia in fire and disturbance-prone landscapes, and that includes fish, not just you know, terrestrial wildlife. So what's really going on here? So let's get into that. And I just want to leave you with 3 simple bottom lines from today for fire and aquatics and fish in particular. point number one, fish and streams are inherently resilient in their natural state. And I think that echoes a lot of what we heard this morning. Fire becomes a threat in ecosystems that are compromised. That's the second point, and we'll talk about that a little bit. And number three, as a fish ecologist and aquatic ecologist, I love water, I love fish, but I know that by far the most important issues are human related, and it really came home to roost, this fall with the Oregon wildfires, with over 1 million acres burned and friends and family losing homes, being threatened, and not being able to breathe for 3 weeks. So it really came home to me this year. So this might be the slide that Kevin referred to in his intro. Thank you, Kevin. I like to pay tribute to my predecessors, and really a lot of the questions about fire and natural ecosystems came to the fore with the Yellowstone fires of 1988, if folks remember that. And the great stream ecologist Wayne Minshall studied that system and its response to fire in aquatic ecosystems. And he initially hypothesized sort of the sequence of events. So you can see a normal year here on the left-hand side of this x-axis of the graph. And then the fire happens, and then you get this immediate effects of fire, then these longer-term effects down the road. And over his years of studying wildfires in Yellowstone and other parts of the Intermountain West, these predictions largely held. And I'm not going to go through all of these in detail here, but this natural cycle that Wayne hypothesized, it largely played out in the research that he did for the next 30 years. About 10 years after Minshall published his influential work, Bob Gresswell, another colleague of mine here in USGS, hypothesized what would happen to fish. Again, looking at that pre-fire year, moving in the post-fire year, and then further down the road. And the idea here is that fire could actually reduce abundance of fish or distribution of fish, and then maybe down the road they might get a little pulse in productivity due to this increased light or nutrients that are delivered by the fire, and then it would drop back down to its sort of pre-fire equilibrium. You can see this line here is the same as the pre-fire, so that's sort of the idea. Now with climate change, being the reality these days, it's not 1999 anymore, it's 2021. We might see a different trajectory on this 50 to 300 year timeline. But that's the big question. That was the thing we didn't know at the time. And 1999 was when I started my formal career with the Federal Service. So when I was at the Rocky Mountain Research Station and during my time here at USGS in the last 16 years, we've been working on data that we collected in central Idaho on a series of wildfires that influenced streams and rainbow trout. Rainbow trout was sort of our example salmonid in the system, and we wanted to take a look at Gresswell's predictions about what would happen to fish about 10 years after wildfire. So we had three kinds of streams. We had streams that were not affected by wildfire, which you can see here in the upper left-hand corner of the slide, and they still have a pretty intact stream side or riparian zone. There's lots of large wood in the channel, and looks like what you'd expect the stream to look like. Here is a stream that was burned by a stand replacing fire. You can see the burned trees in the background, the willows and alders sort of coming in here in the riparian zone. This is what it looks like 10 years after the fact. How different is that from an undisturbed system? And then finally, we had these systems that experienced these severe debris flows, removing several meters of sediment from the channel, and still looking like this 10 years after the fire. What we found was that stream temperatures increased after wildfires, and we could still detect that 10 years later. Fish diets changed like you'd expect them to. They depended less on riparian vegetation here than they did in here. And the fish themselves actually changed. They changed their size and their age at reproduction, which is really interesting. And so not only did the ecosystem change, but the fish themselves changed, and that contributed a lot to resilience. That was a big sort of surprise to us. We also looked at connectivity. So we found that populations that were in small, isolated systems were more negatively impacted by fire. And that there were other threats in play here. It wasn't just fire, but there was hybridization of rainbow trout with non-native cutthroat trout. That was a big issue here, perhaps a bigger issue than fire itself. And the results from this work sort of reinforce this framework that we've advanced for quite some time, looking at this axis of fragmentation. So how isolated or connected is a population versus degradation. And rainbow trout in the Boise are fairly well connected. They can move around in the stream network. It's a fairly undegraded environment. And so they do pretty well in the face of fire. But when you get to species that are thermal specialists, like bull trout that live in really cold water, or Gila trout down in Arizona and New Mexico, which are very isolated and sort of backed into a corner, when you light that corner on fire, that becomes a threat. And so down there in those systems, that's where you're starting to lose fish populations in response to fire. Whereas in the Boise River Basin, it's not a problem. It's part of the natural process and is actually beneficial in the long term. Again, I want to emphasize that human context. I'm a little short on time here, so I'm just going to say that, you know, fish are one small part of the puzzle, and we're going to hear a lot about that later from other speakers. And the importance of being proactive. I think you know, Wade put a real emphasis on that, that we need to think about managing fish and aquatic ecosystems before the fire happens, and that, you know, fire is no longer an incidental concern. We heard from Jason Miner that, you know, we need to right size the approach, and, you know, we need to stop saying this is a historic year for fire seasons, that we're never going back. So I think, you know, thinking about it before it happens and acting before it happens, and doing those, you know, forming those management research partnerships that Gavin mentioned is super important. So the bottom lines, trying to stay on time here. Fire is an important natural process. It will happen. We've learned that in spades here in Western Oregon this year, last year in 2020. The keys to resilience of fish are known. We know a lot. We've learned a lot in the last 20 years. So let's work with that in the context of these human concerns that constrain what we can do, and think about fire and act before it happens.
Thank you, Jason. We have one last speaker, Lori Daniels, and I want to say some nice things about her. First, I want you to pay attention to the scale of what Lori's going to talk about and what she's going to present in her slides. She comes from the University of British Columbia, which I think is also really significant under the umbrella of WAFWA. When I talked about North America, we're talking about the cooperation of states and provinces. We're talking about the cooperation of the United States and Canada. Mexico is part of this fire issue, but, you know, specifically having a speaker from Canada really ties a lot of the philosophies and actions of WAFWA. I want you to kind of look at some of the things that she's going to speak about. But again, I looked at some of the work she's done, some of the work she's published, and key words that come up are climate change, ecology, ecosystems, mega fire, drought, climate, forest resilience, fuel load leading to severity. These things are all tied together, and Lori's worked on all of them. So I'll give the floor to Lori.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here, and I'm really grateful to be representing the north of the border component of this Western collaborative look. My background, I work a lot in tree rings and fire ecology and disturbance reconstruction. So I want to subtitle what I'm going to talk about is looking back to guide steps forward. What can we learn from the past and move forward? Again, I'm from British Columbia, and so I wanted to give a little bit of context. It's a large jurisdiction, and in BC, 95% of our land is publicly owned, which has a strong influence on the choices that we make in terms of forest management, responsibilities in terms of policy and practice. There is a large proportion of the forested landscapes, the productive valleys, many of the areas where we have high quality habitat for species are also the places where there is strong interest in managing our forests for timber production. And as has already been alluded to, that can create, of course, some conflicts when we think about how we're going to manage and the different values that we're trading off in the landscape. It's a very diverse place with 18 different biogeoclimatic zones or ecosystem types across our north, south, east, west, and low to high elevation gradients. Fire is an integral part of the ecosystems across the province. We see more fires in the interior, in particular in the south, with our larger, more extensive fires in the boreal and subboreal and boreal forests in the north. The fires, the polygons shown here were the 3 largest fire seasons preceding our 2017 and 2018 record seasons. And like the Western United States, 2017 and 2018 for us saw a real shift in the way that fire is behaving on our landscapes, the size of the fires, our ability to manage and suppress them where we wanted or needed to. And we have had large areas, almost 3 million hectares in back-to-back years burned, and tremendous costs trying to suppress those fires. So here we have direct costs, the cost of suppression alone being indicated. I want to focus today on the 2017 mega fires, those that burned in the south and central part of BC. And here, because we would anticipate historically, based on what we understand about the species composition, the forest structures, the fire scar records, we would have anticipated in these areas the fires to be much more mixed, diverse, as Gavin has described. The fires would include a large component that would be surface fire with some crown fire component leading to a high degree of tree mortality. And in 2017, we in fact saw very different patterns. So large, as you can see, extensive fires that were burning across complex terrain, but burning almost uniformly with moderate and high severity effects. Let me focus in on the Elephant Hill fire to show you some of the work that we've been doing. So the map on the left is actually showing us the fire severity map derived from remotely sensed data. The blue dots are our ground plots that we have put in, and we have established in these long-term monitoring plots from which we could determine what was the severity of the fire, how well is it represented in these remotely sensed images, and then what sorts of forest structures and plants are regenerating after the fact. So again, we would have anticipated, based on our pre-2017 experiences, that these ecosystems would have burned with a high component of surface fire as well as some crown fire. And in fact, what we found is 75% of these fires, or of this particular fire, burned at moderate to high severity with tree mortalities exceeding 80%. That's leaving behind a legacy with burned substrates, very little coarse wood left behind. In some places, we were very concerned about loss of the seed bank for regenerating trees and other plants. And so our long-term monitoring of these plots in 2018, 2019, and post-COVID monitoring resuming again in 2021 is allowing us to document what plants are coming back. What is the species composition? What is the problem, or do we have a problem with exotic invasives? And what trees are regenerating? This is of particular interest to us, in part because in the Western United States, it's well documented that after these unusually severe and very large fires in many ecosystems, tree regeneration is failing. And so understanding how our ecosystems are recovering is an important aspect of the work as we move forward. Now, I mentioned that I wanted to reflect and look back. And so I want to also take a moment to reflect on what were the drivers of the fires in 2017 that created these unusually severe conditions. One, of course, is the record-setting fire weather conditions driven by climate change in this region. Up until 2016, 2017, the 2003 fire year was really our benchmark, and here I'm showing you the fire danger map from the summer of 2013 or 2003. And I want to contrast that with the high and extreme fire weather and fire danger situation we found ourselves in the summers of 2017 and 2018, when we were breaking temperature records throughout the province, whether we were on the coast, the southern interior, the northern interior, low or high elevation. And so we really see weather and fire weather and climate as a primary driver, as we're seeing on the continental scale. However, I also want to point out that many of the issues that have been discussed already this morning, and in particular, the legacies of our forest and our wildfire management paradigms of the past century, have also played out in British Columbia, playing an important role. And so fire suppression policies have been very effective in British Columbia, where fires have been stopped across spatial scales. The consequence, of course, is altered fire regimes. By reducing, in particular, the amount of surface fire, we've had impacts, unintended consequences on forests and habitats. So let me share with you two examples. One is from that area, kind of in the middle of the areas that burned in 2017, is the Alex Fraser Research Forest, where we've reconstructed from tree rings the historical fire regime. So let me share with you the record that we've reconstructed. Here, each horizontal line is a plot. The length of the lines tell you about the age or the lifespan of the oldest trees, and the black triangles are indicating where fires have burned in the past. When I show you the entire record, you can see that fire was active into the early 1900s and then abruptly changed. Fire return intervals were short, once every 15 years in this area on average, but ranging from 7 to about 30 years. And a widespread fire in the 1860s accounts for much of the current forest composition and structure. And so here I've added a histogram at the bottom showing that in the post or following that 1860s fire and lack of fire during the 20th century, shown by the red bars, with these long fire-free intervals, we've had an establishment of numerous trees, in fact, 80% of the forest established in that post-fire period, and then have persisted in the absence of fire. So we see then our forest structures in our Douglas fir forests, our drier forest types, being strongly influenced by the removal of surface fire from them. And when that occurs, we get a change in the ecosystems from these grasslands and open forests shown in the lighter gray, infilling with trees so that our woodlands become closed canopy forests, our forests become dense with multiple layers or strata, providing ladder fuels. And this, again, is where we've had surface fires dominate. In other parts of our landscape where surface and crown fires were important, we've had the fire suppression effects leading to homogenization, which has created forest health issues, like the mountain pine beetle epidemic that impacted 19 million hectares of forests in British Columbia. And those forests also overlap with the areas that are burning at moderate and high severity over large areas with these record-breaking fire sizes and severities. Linking this to our wildlife, of course, then we have both direct and indirect impacts on habitat loss and degradation, particularly for the endangered species in British Columbia, shown in this slide. Now, let me tell you where I think there are some solutions that the scientists working in my field can contribute. And I'll give you one final case study here, where we've used tree rings again to reconstruct the 20th century disturbances. And here people, human interactions, are interacting with fire in a couple of different ways. We know now that the logging that took place in the early 1900s, the high grading of ponderosa pine and western larch from many of our ecosystems, removed the largest trees, removing large percentages of the basal area and particularly selecting the larger trees in the forest that exceeded 30 centimeters or a foot in diameter. We followed that with fire exclusion, that the changes in the way that we've managed the land, the removal of indigenous fire from the landscape, and then fire suppression in recent years. So the map on the left is showing the southern Rocky Mountain Trench. So this is analogous or contiguous with the Northern Rockies in the United States. And the yellow patches are the forests where we have very high density of trees today that have regenerated following this high-grade logging in an era of fire exclusion. And so what I want to show you is that we have tens of thousands of hectares of forests that look like this, where we have tree densities ranging from 800 to 18,000 trees per hectare, with large basal areas, but the diameters of the trees are extremely small. When we contrast that with our historical reconstructions using tree rings and looking at the stumps and residual or legacy trees in the forests, we're able to contrast that with these open ponderosa pine and western larch forests that used to range in density up to about 250 trees per hectare, with smaller basal areas given the larger size of those trees that dominated the historical landscape. And so these are areas where we've had human impacts, both direct and indirect, that have resulted in changes to the forest structure and composition that result in low quality habitat for species, high risks for crown fire, and ultimately a lose-lose situation for all involved. However, we can use the information on the historical composition, the density, and the tree diameters to help guide some of our proactive management to try to move forward to both restore the ecosystem and to create resilience to subsequent fires. And so we've heard a little bit already this morning about proactive measures like mechanical thinning and the use of prescribed fire. I'd also like to refer to ecocultural fires, reintroduction of ecocultural fire and other managed wildfires that could be used to get pyrodiversity, the diversity of fire and landscapes or forest structures and wildlife habitat back on the landscape. Of course, this will require monitoring, both of the treatments that we're doing, the habitat changes, and the wildlife responses to them. And so with that, I wanted to say thank you for the invitation again to be here and to illustrate some of the ways in which our science, our investigations on how fire is functioning in a BC context contributes to our restoration and management of our forests in British Columbia and can contribute to some international collaborations between fire scientists and wildlife managers. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. I think we have about 15 minutes left, Tom, in our session.
Yeah, that's correct. You got about 15 minutes.
Okay. I'm looking to see how the questions come up. I'm not seeing how the questions come up, Tom.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Given that, I've got, I'll ask the first question of the panel. Given everything that you've said and shared, specifically since we're all experiencing, whether it's British Columbia, whether it's Colorado, Oregon, California, wherever, that the annual discussion amongst leaders in the press is we're in a really bad fire season. Considering where we are now, it's January. And here in California, we historically start really preparing for what to do and how to do it and how to talk to people internally and externally. So our citizens and our leadership is March. We're very close. If we were to start one discussion within your area, but maybe within the WAFWA umbrella, what discussion would you start? And I'll go backwards from presentations. I'll go to Lori first. What discussion would you start now with those that deal with the landscape and with fire?
Well, thank you for making me answer this question first. I think we're in an interesting situation here in British Columbia because, in fact, the 2019 and 2020 fire seasons have been very modest seasons. We've had low areas burned and not nearly as much impact. And yet that frightens me because fire is falling off the table. So how do we keep the fire on the table, that proactive management? How do we keep these connections between the forest managers, the wildfire managers, the habitat specialists, and the wildlife biologists? How do we work together and keep that momentum even in the years when fire is not directly a threat to our communities and to our ecosystems, and keep moving forward on that proactive component? And so I see that as one of our biggest challenges, is creating the motivation, creating the sustained funding, and creating that momentum and maintaining, creating an inertia for the proactive aspects of fire management, and creating those resilient landscapes. So for us, I think having that planning, determining, the pre-planning for prescribed burning or for other treatments that are going to take place, this is our opportunity to have those in place and ready to go. Knowing that we may have multiple plans or prescriptions ready to go in the spring, and only a subset of them are going to actually be implemented because of, fire weather or venting or other conditions that are going to allow us to move forward with them. So really pushing forward that proactive agenda and creating the space to keep it in the forefront. The reactive management will always supersede under those emergency situations, but kind of getting those plans in place and having them ready to go.
Jason, how would you, what conversation would you start?
Well, it's a tough question, but I think I would echo what Lori said, put a couple of extra bells and whistles on it. I think, approaching this at a landscape scale or extent, being integrated, social and ecological, terrestrial and aquatic, forest, fish, wildlife, and, anticipating the issues before they happen. Anticipatory management to me is a real challenge, and building in the funding in advance would save a lot of money on the back end, I think, if we could see this coming and be ready for when it happens. I was really happy. One of the bright spots after the wildfires here in Western Oregon was my conversation with the fish biologists at Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and they'd already been working really hard in a lot of the watersheds that were burned severely this last fall to increase resilience. They had increased connectivity, they improved habitat, they're trying to control non-native species, so they're already working to improve how these systems respond to fire. I'd like fire to be part of the picture up front, not something that's sort of incidental. It is a central thing, like you were saying in your intro, Kevin. It's really at the center of things. So I'm done. Thanks.
Gavin, you get to go last. And I want to thank some of the participants in the session. They're asking questions, and so I'll have more questions to ask of you, but go ahead, Gavin.
Thanks, Kevin. So if I were to start a conversation, I mean, I don't want to presume that these conversations are not already happening in earnest, but if I were to try to boost the topic to the top, rather than start a new conversation, to be I guess there's 3 F's. Number one, how do we make a tighter feedback between science and management? How can we make that loop a little tighter and decrease the lag time between new science is coming out, how it's put on the ground, having managers be co-producing and participating in that science, it's a win-win for both science and managers. How can we do that better? The second is flexibility. How can we give managers more flexibility to do the stuff they need to do on the ground? What are the barriers that are currently in place to actually implementing some of this stuff? Because I think it might have been Jason or maybe it was Lori, but we know a lot of what we need to do. How can we put the power into the hands of the people on the ground actually making the changes, making the difference? Give them more flexibility in terms of what they can do. And I think the reason I say flexibility is, thinking about this concept of biodiversity, there's a lot of natural variation in these landscapes. And how can we give managers creativity to do what they need to do on the ground in the right way? And then the third F is funding. How do we figure out creative solutions to actually fund some of these efforts, because it's not free. It's expensive, and that is a huge barrier to actually moving the needle on landscape conservation in these really complex social ecological systems. How do we fund this? So that's what I would say, the three F's: tighter feedbacks, more flexibility to managers, and then funding these efforts on the ground. Those are the conversations I'd boost to the top. Kevin, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. That's a daily reminder I get from someone in a meeting that, Kevin, you're on mute. We have less than 10 minutes, so my last question is going to come from one of our participants, but it's I think key to why we're together, and I want to ask a rhetorical question of, that I hope continues through WAFWA from here as long as it functions, which is, what do we expect after today? But that's not the question I'm asking you, because one of the things the three scientists presented to you all was diversity, spatial diversity, biodiversity, etc. And one thing we've seen in California last few years that concerns me greatly when it comes to wildlife conservation is the fact that our fires are so frequent, so large, and in many cases very hot or fast moving, that concepts in firefighting, burning out or backburning, is becoming much more common to protect firefighters. And so when a fire burns now in California, and that diversity, habitat diversity is there because of the fire, what we're seeing is firefighters having to destroy that area for their own protection because of how these fires are behaving and how they're backtracking on themselves. It's an occurrence we haven't seen as much of, we're seeing now. And so that's a kind of concern. And the question I want to ask all of you, and we'll go backwards again, starting with Gavin, is when you look at where we are now, how do you juxtapose how we've managed the land versus a changing climate? Is one of those two a more important driver of the changes we're seeing, and how do you address that? And I think the reason that's a really important question is because climate change is a huge variable that's having the kind of scale effect. So how when in the work that you've done, and considering some of the things that you presented where studies are 20 or 30 years old, or even longer, right? If you look at the tree ring work that Lori's doing, how do you deal with this? What's a driver, or what's the driver? Start with Gavin.
Yeah, it's such a great question, Kevin. And I think the other panelists will speak to this very nicely as well. But I think it's clear that what the drivers are different depending on where you look. And in some systems, climate may be a more dominant driver of how fire behavior has changed. In other systems, the vegetation or management on the ground may be a stronger driver, relatively speaking. So both are important drivers. Fuels versus climate, I suppose, is maybe how I'll put it. In many systems, but I would say, in some of the drier forest types, like the Sierra Nevada, mid-elevation mixed conifer forests that I've worked in quite a bit, we have a little bit more control over the needle in terms of what we can do on the ground to build resilience and alter fire behavior through restoration activities. In other kind of more wet forests, that's there's relatively less you can do from a restoration management perspective in terms of altering fire behavior. But it's all relative, and so I guess I'll leave it at that. Is that it's not either or. And if you ever hear somebody saying it's just one or just the other, they're probably wrong. And so it's always good to consider both. And I think to recognize that we do have some, control over that dial, but we don't have the same control in all systems.
Thanks, Gavin. Jason, a couple of minutes for you and then a couple of minutes for Lori.
Yeah, I'll keep it short and just kind of add a couple of ingredients to what Gavin led off with, which I thought was really good. I think, in terms of addressing climate change, again, it's acceptance of not just the managers, but their stakeholders. People tend to prefer addressing immediate issues and they discount future outcomes. That's a huge barrier to overcome for adopting more anticipatory management approaches. That's super key. Another thing I would say is, the research that I presented on very briefly was, and pretty much everything in aquatic ecosystems is on the effects of fire. It's not on the effects of fire management. It's not focused on, and so if you're going to, implement adaptive management and learn as you go, you need to have management, be integrated into knowledge learning. So I would say anticipatory management, accepting that and doing that adaptively are the real challenges of sort of reconciling, land use and climate change.
Thank you, Jason. And Lori, you're going to be able to bring us home, but I wanted to thank the three of you very much. Lori.
Thank you. So in British Columbia, one of the issues that we face is that we have extensive timber management across our landscapes that are also being affected by fire, that are shared in terms of habitat and community values and other ecosystem services that we draw from our forests. And I think one of our big hurdles that we need to face is that many of our practices and policies, much of how we manage the forest is to regenerate trees, but it's regenerating trees in the context of timber production. So when we reflect on many of the factors that are contributing to the severity and the size of the fires, that legacy of forest management combined with fire suppression to support forest or timber management really are big issues. And so it requires for us a paradigm shift in how we're thinking about our forest management, and with that, a paradigm shift in fire management. And it's a challenging one because there's inertia and there's economics and there's community survivorship tied into that. And yet it's urgent. And so we face the challenge of needing to change. We look south of the border and we learn from you continuously. We talk about the interior of BC being, the future California. And what do we do now? What do we learn from our experiences south of the border so that when our time comes that we are better prepared? And so it's true that climate is a primary driver in many of the fires that we're seeing. These extreme fires are burning during the hottest and driest conditions, during record-breaking temperatures. And yet it's the landscape that we need to manage and that we can manage. That's where we have the opportunity in the next 10 to 20 years to use the expertise of the people on our panels, supported by the policymakers from the various agencies, to really hit the ground and make the kinds of changes that need to happen to make them happen and to make those paradigm shifts become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I turn it over back to Tony, I just want to, when it's safe and healthy to travel again, I would suggest that as many of you possible come to California, go to Santa Rosa, go to Redding, go to Paradise. A lot of the communities at risk are literally burning now. And 30 years ago, we were very concerned about life and property, but primarily property, but now life. It's very real. So those communities that have been dependent on lots of ways, lots of people are dying. One of our Fish and Game commissioners, his house has been threatened twice in the last 3 years. He's had to evacuate his family twice. It's a reality here. It's a very scary reality. To look at the photos that the 3 scientists have put up for you and imagine just placing in burned homes in those burned trees. That's what you would see if you go to paradise. And when you see it, I'm hoping Californians are going to turn the corner. Because if you fly over Southern California and you look at it, if we get a situation down there, we're not going to be talking about dozens of people dying. We're going to be talking about at least hundreds. It's a very important time for us. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Tony and thank again of the 3 of you for your time and expertise.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Gavin, Jason, Lori. I really appreciated your thoughtful remarks as well. I know that, each of you is pretty well immersed in the science of what you do, the science of fire, and, a couple really, really salient points there. We can have our cake and eat it too, I think is really important. And, stop saying historic fire season. It is a new normal, Jason. I appreciate that. And how we need to now, restore the function and resilience of our forest, Lori, all really key points. And we talk about the science. It's an area that those of us trained in science are really comfortable talking about. And we think, here we have these great answers and now we can move forward with policy, but it's not always so easy. And part of the reason that it isn't so easy has to do with human relationships with fire, which just so happens to be the title of panel number 2. Panel number 2, human relationships with fire. This panel will explore communicating with people and communities about the ecological aspects of fire with the recognition of the human dimensions of fire to advance public understanding and consensus for action pre, during, and post-fire. And our panel moderator is Sharon Kiefer. Sharon is the chief of the Bureau of Communications and Marketing for Idaho Fish and Game and is the current chair of WAFWA's Human Dimensions Committee. Sharon, please take it away.
Thank you, Tony, and everyone, good morning. So certainly the title of our panel certainly advances that recognition that we do not address fire science in a human vacuum. And so certainly to kind of, as an illustration, I love Dr. Dunham's talk. It provides, all of the panelists provide a great segue to this particular panel. Before we get started though, I would like to provide a big shout out to panelists and moderators who have utilized the WAFWA platform, the community component of the WAFWA platform, to really tee up topics, literature, to kind of give all of us a more robust and dynamic engagement that hopefully continues even past the end of this particular symposium. So a shout out to all of you for really utilizing that particular platform. So with that, our first panelist is Dr. Paul Hesberg. He is a research landscape ecologist with the Forest Service at the Pacific Northwest Research Station in Wenatchee. He is also a professor at the University of Washington School of Environment and Forest Science and the Oregon State University College of Forestry. His research explores wildfire and climate change effects on forest dynamics, resilient landscape conditions and their persistence as the climate shifts, and the ecology of forest reburning. And with that, Dr. Hesberg, welcome.
Thank you, Sharon. I'd like to thank the association for inviting me to speak with you today. And I'd also like to thank the previous panelists for doing an excellent job of setting up what I think this panel will do. I study the landscape ecology of forests, historical sort of pre-management era forests and modern era forests. And I study how forests and wildfire regimes have changed. And our assignment today is to talk about how we communicate these ecological aspects and make them relevant to the human community as well. So I'm going to endeavor to kick that off a little bit. One of the ways that we often communicate these ideas is to use historical and contemporary photography. And one of the things that we notice when we study throughout the Western US and in Canada changes in wildfire regimes and forest conditions is that there isn't any one size that fits all. It's actually a pretty nuanced story. And so the question becomes, how do you tell a nuanced story and provide adequate nuance, but also maintain clarity in the communication? So I often use these historical early 20th century and early 21st century comparisons, panoramic comparisons of the same landscapes. And this is an example of some dry forest where these could be dry ponderosa pine, they could be dry Jeffrey pine landscapes. You can see how there's a tremendous amount of sparse woodland and herbland interspersed here. And the grass and shrublands have decreased, and you can see that the forests have significantly increased. That's a fairly common thing throughout the West in our dry forests. When we move to the dry mixed conifer forest, these are pine-dominated conditions with Douglas fir, sometimes grand or white fir. We see that in the drier aspects in the ridge tops, oftentimes you can see in that early 20th century view, a much more open patchy landscape, and the patch sizes that were open canopy or sparsely treed really varied in size as well. And you can see in the early 21st century view how that landscape is filled in with trees. And if you got a particularly keen eye, you can see that there's beetle mortality and budworm defoliation in the bottom photo. So you can see that these patterns of dry slopes and ridge tops are now filled in with trees. Move up the elevation gradient a little bit. We're starting to look at the moist mixed conifer forests, and you can see that what was historically a varied forest age and density patchwork has become a lot more uniform. And again, because you see a mature forest with an awful lot of forest conditions that are late successional, that here mountain pine beetle and Douglas fir beetle are also having their way in the current scene. So this patchiness, Gavin spoke about it earlier, variable density in forest successional conditions, open and closed canopy conditions was critical. Further up the hill, when you look at some of the cold forests in the deep snow zone, we see that high severity fires were actually pretty common across that landscape. So you had this burned and recovering forest that has become more continuously forested. And in some of our highest, coldest forests, we can see that abundant high meadows have given way to rather dense forest. And when you sort of beam in on that, what you can see is that there's tens to hundreds times more trees in these areas where there used to be dry and wet meadows. The primary change agents vary from place to place, and which is prime varies from place to place. But one common denominator is, as Lori mentioned, timber harvest. There's a lot of selective logging of the largest, most fire-tolerant trees, be they ponderosa pine or Jeffrey pine or big Douglas fir, western larch sugar pine. And what remained were more shade-tolerant trees, which continued to seed in and create greater density. We excluded fire, and this actually goes back nearly 2 centuries, beginning with a die-off event of Native Americans caused by introduced diseases. In the mid-1800s, we saw a loss of or a curtailment of indigenous burning, and we saw livestock grazing in the 1800s, development of the built environment, and you add fire suppression in the 20th century, and these are commonly pretty large effects. You add into the mix climate change, where you see now warmer, drier, often windier conditions emerging. This is sort of a triple threat kind of condition, and these climate conditions appear to be escalating significantly throughout the West. Another prop that we often show is to illustrate why, in fact, we had so much success with fire suppression. We got a hand down. Here you can see across the 20th century, we had a warm, dry period, and a fair number of acres are burned up to the mid-30s when we got the 10 a.m. rule and we started being effective with putting fires out. And then you see this relatively quiet, sort of mild, equitable period of active fire suppression. You see the burned area declines for about 50, 60 years in the middle of the century there. And then you see starting in the middle 80s that the burned area starts to creep up again, and there's a very serious change in the climate signal, warmer and drier climate. Another thing that we commonly use to communicate is some of the nuance about fire regimes. When we look at dry forests, in the upper left you can see an example of an open dry forest. These are maintained by short flame length frequent fires, say every 5 to 25 years or so, and it maintained open canopy conditions like you can see in this bottom historical photo here. But you occasionally have more extreme climate and fire weather, and so you not just got low severity fires, but you got moderate and high severity fires in those conditions. And the change to the modern era is that the likelihood of low is lower and the likelihood of moderate and high severity fires is greater. In further up the hill in some of the dry and moist mixed conifer forests where there's more snowpack, fires were less frequent, let's say every 20 to 50 years. And when they came, they would take some leave some fires that would create effects that looked like this, via flames that were like this or like this, where patches would torch out, or you'd have thinning like you saw in the previous slide. But occasionally you'd have mild or more severe fires occurring that were climate driven, either by mild or more severe climate. So the barcode of historical fires looked something like this in terms of low, moderate, and high, and we're seeing a transition to more this kind of condition. And what that gives us is, instead of seeing this more open canopy condition, we have continuous regeneration and release of the more shade-loving species and conditions that emerge that look like this. And finally, we have these high severity fires. These are infrequent fires, common in the moist mixed conifer and cold forest. They're not very frequent, and so when they come, they kill a lot of trees. But we also see milder conditions producing milder fires. So the fire regime used to look like this, where you'd see mostly high severity, but you'd also get this kind of complexity coming from low and moderate conditions. And that transition is to seeing more just high severity fires coming out of that landscape. A couple ideas that I wanted to be able to share here are that there's a couple of important feedbacks. In the low and moderate severity fire regimes, these fires were constantly thinning forest patches and reducing fuels, increasing the likelihood that that kind of fire would occur again. In the colder and moister forest conditions, you saw these patchworks of non-forest, young, middle-aged, older forest, open and closed canopy conditions, and these spatially regulated future fire size and severity. I want to close with some impacts that I think that are important to discuss for this audience, not only on people, but also on society. When we have these kinds of changes in forest conditions and fire regimes, we see these uncharacteristic losses to forests, uncharacteristic interactions with terrestrial and aquatic habitats and human land uses. We get a lot of smoke over long periods. There are long-term human health effects, even when fires are far away from human communities. And we have this increasing fire suppression preparedness cost, but we're seeing declining efficiency as a consequence of those added investments. We see increasing firefighter and citizen fatalities or long-term and enduring health issues. We see damaged, destroyed homes, businesses, municipal water supplies, power and fiber delivery networks, and expensive ongoing repairs. And we're seeing now escalating insurance rates and loss of insurability. And this is really a parcel list. And this compels us as scientists to work with managers and public partnerships to be able to tell better science stories, communicate the changes that we're seeing, making them characteristic to specific geographies and forest types, and seeing what we might do to be able to produce more characteristic fire regimes on that landscape. All right, I think that ends my comments. Am I fairly close to on time there?
So you are on time. So with that, I'll move on to introduce Dr. Max Moritz. He is a statewide wildfire specialist with the University of California Cooperative Extension. And he's also an adjunct professor at the Bren School of Environmental Science and Management at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Much of his research is focused on understanding the dynamics and effects of fire regimes at relatively broad scales, pyrogeography. And through his extension activities, Dr. Moritz translates and applies scientific information for sustainable planning and management decisions on fire-prone landscapes. Dr. Moritz, welcome.
Okay, can you hear me and see my first slide?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Well, I want to talk today about two stories or two challenges that I think we all wrestle with. I've spent a lot of time thinking and working on these issues too. And it relates to how our research, how our science gets translated out into decision-making for the public. And by the public, I mean the average person, but also our legislators and our agency partners, and how some of the what some of the problems are there that we might need to tackle and do better at. Okay. The first issue here relates to the fact that there's a focus on debate and points of disagreement. So even though scientific debate is normal and healthy, focusing a lot on where the conflicts are has often translated into polarized messaging, particularly in the media. And actually this leads to confusion and it can hinder progress in policy and management. And some of the solutions here could be, some of us have argued, focusing a little bit more on the points of agreement, the scientific common ground that could be useful in furthering policy and management discussions. Now, this project that I wanted to talk about is from a couple of years ago. It was funded by the Nature Conservancy and the Wilberforce Foundation. Chris Topic was the co-PI from the Nature Conservancy. And we pulled together some scientists, Craig Allen, Paul Hesberg, Penny Morgan, Dennis Odian, and Tom Veblen, who had deep expertise in their own geographic and domain. And Ian McCullough was a postdoc working with us. But what we focused on was trying to differentiate between what the fire science community appeared to disagree on, but really identify what was the common ground, where was their moderate consensus on agreement, and really to highlight that for ourselves, but also for the rest of the world. And one of the things that came out of it was that there seemed to be three general camps that you could break some of these perspectives into. The top lobe here sort of represents this group that had the view that some amount of mixed severity was natural, and that it really wasn't as big a problem as some others felt it was. It was really important for biodiversity. And then another wing or another perspective was this left-hand lobe that fire suppression really had increased fuel connectivity, changed fuel characteristics, and with climate change that had really set off many of these systems into some undesirable trajectories, and that treatment was really needed in many of these cases. And then lastly, another camp kind of looking at historical conditions and feeling that maybe because the future was going to be so novel, potentially, that past conditions didn't provide much of a benchmark, and that we really might need to think outside the box and think about adaptation. Despite the differences between these groups, there was a fair amount of common ground, though, scientific agreement that when you took a more nuanced view of this instead of a more simplistic view, it was easier to identify. Now, the whole reason we did this project was because of the messages that the public receives. Here's an example from fairly recently, just this last year, kind of arguing with some scientific quotes from researchers in it, that basically you can overcome climate change with good management. And I don't think that that's necessarily a widespread view, but this particular journalist and this particular message ended up in a very prominent spot. And this is very symptomatic of what we've seen a lot over the last few years. In contrast, a very different polarized view, saying, a researcher saying basically pre and post fuels work is unnecessary and actually detrimental in almost all cases. Again, not a very widespread view, but a very polarized message making its way out into the public and ending up kind of confusing for people trying to make decisions based on the scientific results that they're being told about. This has even trickled up into the highest levels of government. We've seen here an example of climate denial related to the Australian fires of a couple of years ago. And then very recently, our own president arguing with Gavin Newsom and Biden about the influence of climate change versus if only we had more logging, it would just solve this problem. Again, very polarized views, not widespread within the scientific community who maybe has a more nuanced understanding. So from this work, we tried to identify some actual points of agreement, which I want to summarize here, which can provide the starting point for conversations forward. Some amount of high severity fire is natural and important. We've heard this from many of our speakers. That's pretty widely held view. In many cases, and we're talking here about forests, not necessarily shrublands and woodlands and grasslands, but in many forests, fuels really are influential in driving outcomes and in need of some kind of treatment, depending on what it is we're trying to solve, what problem we're trying to address. Some amount of fuels treatment is probably a good idea. And there's widespread agreement that climate change is happening and may require some outside of the box adaptation thinking. Now this can provide the basis for conversations moving forward because these are actually widely held and relatively agreed upon points. Okay, the next issue I wanted to talk about is kind of related, but it focuses more on the home loss problem. That there's this general perception of a monolithic, a single wildfire problem, and therefore we can have a single solution for it. And I think this really is at the heart of one of the key problems. And I think I'd argue that unless we are more careful about articulating the problems we're trying to address and the solutions that apply to them, we really would be talking past each other. I often hear a narrative that goes something like this, and it's symptomatic of this whole problem. There's good scientific evidence for climate change making various places more fire prone. This is just an example from one publication. That's pretty widely agreed upon and accepted in many circles. That's going to lead to bigger and more severe wildfires, probably. There's good scientific evidence supporting those links, which then will probably lead to more home losses. And I think a lot of people start scratching their heads here in the scientific community saying, wait, but is that really a good causal linkage? But okay. And then maybe all of that will lead to more conflagrations, more urban disasters, really. And I think this is really where some of us start scratching our heads and saying, we should look at this as a causal chain to see if the logic holds up, because in fact, it probably does not. When you look at home loss post-mortem situations, you often see the same thing. You often see relatively intact green vegetation around the homes that have burned. And that tells us something important. It tells us that the homes burned from embers, not from the forest around it burning, but embers in a high wind situation, often coming from relatively far away. And the homes become the fuel, then carrying the fire through the community. Right? And this is fairly common. I don't think this is just a California problem, but this is often what we see in California. So it's not necessarily the forest fire problem is igniting the homes, but it's embers during high winds and that the homes are the fuel. And also, actually, many of these environments are not even classic forests, right? These are wildland-urban interface situations where something else is burning, the homes. So there's two problems here, a forest loss problem that's being made worse by climate change, droughts, pest outbreaks, and worse fires. That's a land management problem. The home loss problem is not a forest fire problem, but one of urban planning and land use planning and where and how we build, right? And until we differentiate between these two, we won't make as much progress as we could. Landscape scale fuel treatments, unfortunately, are probably not going to greatly reduce home losses because the homes are vulnerable and the homes are the fuels. Retrofits to the built environment is actually what we need to focus on to address the home loss problem more directly. This is not necessarily a California perspective. There's been other authors looking at this. Here's a great example from Fire Science from the Forest Service. Overcoming perceptions of the wildland-urban interface fire disasters as a wildfire control problem rather than a home ignition problem will reduce home loss. So this is actually something that's fairly widely agreed upon in the fire science community too. I've been working on some progress or some guidance here with a colleague. We just published some risk reduction measures for new development, urban planning and design. But many of these are probably also applicable to retrofitting existing communities. And I hope with that, I'll leave you and I'll have a chance to share more during the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Moritz. I found that particularly interesting. Next, I'd like to introduce Jolie Pillay. She is Division Chief with Fire Planning and Fuels Management with BLM Fire and Aviation. And she is based out of the Bureau of Land Management's National Fire and Aviation Office in Boise. And there she provides leadership for BLM's national programs such as fuels management, fire ecology, wildfire reporting, data management, fire planning, and community assistance. And she has also worked in federal fire and resource management in Colorado, Utah, Oregon, Alaska, in addition to Idaho. So Jolie, who happens to know my neighbor, welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate WAFWA inviting me to give this presentation and talk. I appreciate the information provided by the other panelists, and I appreciate the audience for listening to this presentation. I'll take it down a little bit of a different direction. I'm going to talk about our human relationships with fire in a rangeland fire context. We've heard a lot about forest fires today, but I'll take it to that ecosystem. So one of the questions that we've been asking ourselves in the Bureau of Land Management and with our partners is how can we change the national conversation from a forest fire focused conversation to at least being inclusive of rangeland fire. So two different kind of systems burning, and I'll talk a little bit about the rangeland fire system in this presentation, but very different values at risk and very different maybe kinds of solutions and maybe sources of problems. So, and I'll talk a little bit about how we're communicating about that with rural communities and others across the West. So rangeland fire is not really an insignificant problem, despite the amount of science that's devoted to rangeland fire issues, which is less than what's devoted to forest fire issues. But in the lower 48 from 2000 to 2018, actually more acres burned in the United States that are considered non-forested. And in DOI, 73% of the acres burned during that time are in non-forested systems. So for the Department of Interior, certainly rangeland fire or fires in non-forested systems are a really important issue. And then even with among all federal agencies, forest fires only burn a little bit more acres compared to rangeland fires. So this is kind of sometimes it surprises people, but sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't surprise me now that we've been dealing with these issues for a long time. So in here we've been talking a little bit about what's the problem and what are the solutions to this wildland fire problem. But across much of the West, in rangelands, it's really, in the rangelands, we're not talking about a lack of fire. We're talking now about too much fire. We have our fire return intervals in rangelands are much more frequent than they used to be. And I'll talk a little bit about the ramifications of that, especially to wildlife habitat. But we feel like that, we have been seeing these fire return intervals in these systems as frequently as less than 10 years, where historically it was maybe 25 to 100-year fire return interval. And so on the map that you see on the screen, where the warm colors are showing where we've got too frequent a fire compared to what we would have expected historically. And of course, the darker greens and blues are where there's a lack of fire. So I'm really talking about the Great Basin, where we've got way too much fire across the landscape. And so a lot of the common solutions to restoring fire really are not going to help this 130 million acre landscape. So why do we have this bias? There's a lot of reasons that we have the bias. We've got, there's a history of Smokey Bear. Only you can prevent forest fires. A lot in the state governments, most of the wildfire or wildland fire issues are under the purview of state forest agencies. There's a lack of science for fire in rangelands. Most of the fire science deals with wildfire problems in forested systems. And then culturally, the Forest Service, who's been around a very long time, they have a branch of their organization, their agency, that's state and private forestry. They give out grants and work with states to reduce the wildfire problem. The previous speaker talked about the State Forest Action Plan. And typically, I think forest issues are looked upon more favorably in grants and in finding solutions to those problems. The Forest Service also has a science and research mission that the Department of Interior really doesn't have. We have it through USGS, but it's just a little different organization. And then most of the policies are still dealing with forests. So when I say policies, I mean laws and legislation are still mostly focused on forest fire issues, forest fire resiliency, trying to fix the wildfire problem in the West through forest management solutions. And we're really missing the mark on dealing with these fires in rangelands. And I'll just go back and say that there's also a huge disparity in funding on the federal side. And in terms of just, the Forest Service has more than 4 times the budget to deal with fuels management. BLM manages 245 million acres in the United States. The Forest Service manages 193. We've been burning, depending on the year, there's heavy years for forest fires, heavy years for range fires, but BLM has certainly seen our fair share, analogous to what the Forest Service sometimes sees in terms of acres burned annually. And then, for preparedness, and that's the funding that goes to kind of getting all the fire suppression resources available. The Forest Service has a budget of over $1 billion, and BLM is looking at a budget of $180 million to deal with those issues. And in suppression, we know the fires that occur on forests tend to be a lot more expensive to suppress. They're of longer duration and that sort of thing. But there's just been a lot more funding devoted to dealing with fires in forests compared to rangelands. And we're seeing a lot of problems with that. And this really came to a point with a sage-grouse listing decision. Sagebrush systems are home to over 350 different species. And a lot of people here are familiar with the sagebrush system since we're dealing with agencies in the West. But the Great Basin covers 130 million acres. It crosses 6 states. It's larger than 75% of the countries in the world. So when we have altered ecosystems and altered fire regimes in this area, it's not an insignificant part of the Western economy and ecology, as well as the Western wildfire problem. Changes in these areas can occur at enormous spatial scales, and so we know a lot more about this through the raising of the sage grouse as a species of concern, and obviously a kind of a bellwether species, but they're really kind of the spokesperson for all these other species that rely on these ecosystems. So to communicate about this, what are we doing? So we've been partnering with the Intermountain West Joint Venture, and we have really been trying to promote this idea and understanding that we've got this altered wildfire regime. We have this positive feedback loop between wildfire and invasive species management, where cheatgrass is primarily the species that is altering these ecosystems, and we can lose these ecosystems. We've lost in just a few days, 400, 500,000 acres of these ecosystems. So these are pretty significant alterations. So we've been working with our partners, Intermountain West Joint Venture, to do fact sheets, science articles, a lot of social media context, tours and videos to help us with that. So our partnership with the Intermountain West Joint Venture developed this video about fire in Western rangelands. So this video does call attention to the issue of rangeland fire and invasive grasses. I'm talking about the scale of the problem and the need to find solutions that meet the scale of the problem. The target audience for this was decision makers and policymakers. Anyway, I think it's been seen quite a bit, and it's a great video. If you haven't seen it, you should look for it. Also, a couple of years ago, we, through the Intermountain West Joint Venture, hosted a journalist workshop in Elko, Nevada. And a lot of good stories came out of this workshop, promoting awareness and understanding of fire in rangelands as kind of a different and less talked about issue compared to fires in forests. And that was a great few days there. Quite a few significant stories were published, and I think that was helpful in getting kind of spurring along this conversation. Also, our BLM-owned communications plan are focusing on these messages, just emphasizing that rangelands are different. We do need to reduce the presence of fire in these systems compared to forested messaging. And we've got to invest in proactive fuel treatment. We've got to invest in rangeland fire rehabilitation restoration efforts. And we actually need to be suppressing fires quickly in a lot of these areas. And then these are just some examples of some of the social media tools that we've put out about fire in rangelands. And we're trying to have a concerted effort and a cohesive kind of approach. And we've also got another video that we've put out that really focuses on fire in rangelands. And we also recognize that a lot of our audience are rural communities. They're going to require other communication methods. So we've been developing other kinds of ways to reach those audiences and share messaging, like with our partners through rangeland fire protection associations, rural fire departments, volunteer fire departments, as well as rural community partners. And it's been a partnership, and we know we can't really do it alone. We've got to continue with this messaging, got to continue to kind of bang this drum. We're continuing to invest in partnerships. We're working with the Intermountain West Joint Venture, Western Governors Association, National Invasive Species Council, NRCS, Fish and Wildlife Service, Forest Service. We're doing all of these things, and we're going to continue to do that, and also investing in science specifically related to fire and rangelands, and including social science, talking about socioeconomic values of rangelands, and when they're lost, what does that do to communities? And also we're seeking new communication opportunities. So, and that, I have met my time, and really looking forward to hearing some questions.
Thanks, Jolie, and thank you to all the panelists. That was a great conversation. So we do have a few questions that hopefully will take up the rest of the time. So one of the things that struck me, certainly, we saw a very wide diversity, really, of a fire conversation, everything from forest to rangeland, full of nuance. And some of you, did tee up some ways to help kind of tease out that nuance, a recognition that you can't wade too far in the weeds with the general public, and teasing that out. But what I didn't hear really address is kind of that conversation about when do we talk to the public, and thoughts about that in terms of, do you have a sense of, obviously we talk about trying to be proactive, yet sometimes the public's not ready to go there because either they haven't experienced it yet, or, so what are your thoughts, Dr. Hesburgh, about, when is the time to really be communicating with the public? Obviously, when you're in the middle of a catastrophic fire, that's probably not the best time for some of these conversations. So what's been your experience with that?
A couple of ideas come to mind, Sharon. One of them is that there's a couple of dozen forest collaboratives that are operating throughout the West right now, and I've interacted with a number of them, and these are manager stakeholder partnerships that are looking at ways to not only solve the fire issue, but also to be concerned about fish and terrestrial habitats and those sorts of things. And it seems to me that we can strengthen the science management and stakeholder partnership, spend time communicating in that environment. There's also community events that are popping up all over, and I think a number of scientists are getting an opportunity to be able to tell relevant science stories in those community meetings and get-togethers, and I think they're relevant and often helpful.
Dr. Moritz, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I'm part of Cooperative Extension, and we've long used a couple of different timing or time scales. There's the annual time scale, the fire season comes around, and you can use that to communicate various messages to say homeowners about what to do with their property or their home, and even to the extent of creating calendars that have hey, it's this month, think about doing these things. So using the natural timing of the fire season is one way. The other thing that comes to mind is the obvious opportunity after a big fire year or after a particularly catastrophic event. That people are thinking about these issues, right? And that's a time when I think you have to be very careful, because the victims, it's fairly callous, right, to tell the victims at that point that, oh, we're gonna advocate for these changes, and it could really be perceived or actually directly hurt their personal lives, right? And so I think it's important to be careful what you push when, but right after a big fire year or a particularly devastating event, I think that's a really good time to engage with policymakers, with legislators. A lot of legislators are looking for help. Actually, at that point, they know that there's going to be bills coming up in the next round, or they have bills that they're working on at that point, and they are looking for help. They're looking for input. And so, for longer term change, that I think is a good timing, a good point in time to reach out and engage with policymakers, with legislators in particular.
Jolie, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I was just going to add that I think the public is savvier than we may give them credit for, especially the public in the West that's dealing with these issues. And I think we need to be careful about a synopsis that's so succinct and brief that doesn't really get at the nuances. And, we've all talked about that it's a little bit complicated. Why are we here right now with this wildfire issue that we see in the West? How do we get out of it? What are the solutions? And I think the public is a little savvier and can appreciate a little more nuanced science message, especially if we're able to kind of continue with that messaging. But I think really quick snippets of there's this solution, we just, log it or, whatever it may be, restore fire. We all know that that's not working and it's not really the solution. And I agree about the timing in terms of engaging with the public versus engaging with lawmakers, that we need to be cognizant of that and try and basically look for opportunities for listening ears to kind of keep sharing these a little bit savvier messages about the problem and potential solutions.
So that's a great segue. So one of the things that strikes me, and certainly in my business, is that often when talking to the public, they tend to listen to what they would consider their peers, right? And not necessarily a scientist. So I'm just curious. I mean, you guys have, I loved the Up in Smoke that Intermountain Joint West Bench did that actually had people that I have worked with in the legislature kind of communicating those messages rather than just the scientists. So how much time do you put, or your thoughts about, working with the non-scientific individuals, though, who are leaders in the community, leaders in the legislature, really thought leaders within particular communities? Do you do much of that type of outreach to help bring your information to even bring that information to bear? Dr. Hesburgh?
It's a great question, Sharon. Thanks. In Oregon and Washington, we're spending quite a bit of energy now working with lawmakers at the state and federal level for bills that are being considered right now, and working with them on various ways to frame the bill and draft language, that sort of thing, to focus on key highlights and to have them be clearer on what the main messages are, whether you're in the built environment or in the forests or on rangeland. And I'm finding out there's increasing opportunity to do that, and it's a very useful way to spend time. We're at that time now where science needs to take those important stories and communicate them in ways to be able to improve what's going on, how it's funded, and what the effects are of those added investments.
Dr. Moritz?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great question. And in California, I know several of us have spent a lot more time engaging with Sacramento than we ever thought we would. And it's exciting, it's frustrating. It's all of the above, right? It's a mix. The path from getting research into law is so convoluted and so counterintuitive sometimes. But the opportunities are there. Yeah, if you're willing to go out on a limb and spend a fair amount of time engaging with agency folks or legislators, you'll find yourself at the table, in conversations that kind of seem to really matter. So I think that that's an opportunity that all of us have right now that we should take advantage of.
Jolie?
Yeah, so, I brought it up in my talk, but we are always seeking those other voices to kind of share The urgency of the problem of fire in rangelands, the loss of ecosystem components, the loss of species, the loss of habitat, and the I'll say the inability in many cases to properly restore that habitat due to climate change and other factors. So we are constantly looking to just augment that message because I tell you, lawmakers don't hear that as loudly as they hear messages about solutions that are kind of forest management focused. So, you know, we've developed partnerships with the Intermountain West Joint Venture. We're trying to work with the Western Governors Association to raise awareness. So we are always looking for other people to help augment, reinforce, and kind of double down on this need to address the fire and rangelands problem, in addition to the fire and forest. But most of the solutions that have been provided, at least federally, have certainly dealt with solutions that are forest management solutions to the wildfire problem.
So another question, certainly the discussion about the causal effects to catastrophic home loss, community impacts from fire, notwithstanding smoke, but you know, the physical loss of structures. And that causal is not so much what we've done in the actual landscape prescriptions, but again, embers. So do you find, are you also, obviously there's many programs that are talking to individual homeowners. I think it's the BLM or the FireWise program, which is making recommendation to homeowners about how you do some things that makes your home, you know, less or more resistant to embers. But is there also a component of reaching out? At the end of the day, it's the neighborhood developers, planning and zoning, and getting some of those types of things hardwired in, recognizing there's probably an increased cost up front to that kind of development, rather than, you know, after the fact and expecting an individual homeowner to make those changes. So are you seeing much success with some of this type of messaging beyond just individual homeowners, but and not so much the law, but more developers being willing to take that on, planning and zoning commissions, things like that? Dr. Hesper?
That's a complicated question with a lot of parts. Here in Washington State, we're seeing, we're making good ground on a couple of fronts, but we're doing less well on others. For example, here in Eastern Washington, where we have a lot of fire, folks are working with FireWise tactics in the Wenatchee Valley here, an area of a couple million acres. We've got sidewalk assessments right now. So we have the fire people going from residence to residence and rating how prepared you are. The comments that Dr. Moritz provided earlier are really incredibly important. And we live in one of those environments where the ember attack from the forest nearby can spread for a couple of miles, but it's our community that's unprepared, and our homes and our neighborhoods and our landscaping are unprepared. And so now individual addresses are being evaluated, and a specific worksheet is being provided to homeowners about the things that they can do to make themselves much safer. Developers are having less success. It's in some places it's more expensive, considerably more expensive to develop in ways that are fire smart. And we're finding out that homeowners are not always choosing, either by dint of means, or simply it's not a priority to create new homes and new developments that are fire safe. And there isn't anything in the county regulations here in the interior of Washington that basically says, and you must do that. And I think that's a really important avenue for growth. And I've seen very little progress, and it's incredibly important. I think Max described a new development and redevelopment, and those are the biggies. where most of our built environment is built, and it needs to be redone. It needs to be retrofit significantly. And we even have burned out communities that are rebuilding construction that isn't fire safe because it's cheaper. So I'm concerned about that, and I think we're going to need some law making at several levels to be able to help that come about. Individuals are not making the choice often enough.
Dr. Moritz?
Yeah, I would really agree with Paul's comments, and I think we have a pretty similar situation in California. You know, we got hundreds and hundreds of communities out there that are already in trouble, right? They're already built, they're already in desperate need of retrofitting, and many of them are getting some kind of assessment and direction and guidance on what to retrofit, what to mitigate actually. But some of that's a funding problem too, right? So there were some legislative attempts at coming up with ways to fund these activities, and they haven't been quite as successful yet here, although I think people are going to continue to push that forward. But we have, you know, the existing communities that need retrofitting, and then we have new development, right? And there's the challenge of somehow either getting it codified, getting better, stronger guidance codified, or convincing developers that it's actually a selling point. You know, that if the public becomes savvy enough and worried enough, you know, you could imagine survivable communities being something that actually people seek out down the road. But I think in the short term, we need to push for stronger regulations and actually codifying some of these things into law. Some interesting examples, though, after Paradise burned and is going through a rebuild, they actually are looking at options for you know, buying properties and creating buffers around the community with those properties. You know, actually using the landscape in a way to create some fire safe buffering around the WUI, which is also you know, a novel and interesting idea that we can implement on new communities. It's harder to do when a community is already there, but there are some examples of where some of those kinds of things are being attempted too.
Jolie, any thoughts to add to that?
Not really. I think the other two covered it well, and the Bureau of Land Management doesn't get too involved in community zoning, although I know that we would support efforts that would make communities more resilient to wildfire.
So another question, certainly when communicating with the public, and I mean, you know, you guys presented such a breadth of nuance and information that is so important to the public. One of the things I was wondering about is communicating post-fire restoration and expectations. You know, that's something probably hard for the public to grasp. You know, a lot of folks operate on pretty short timelines, immediate expectations. So what have you found to be meaningful and successful in terms of helping to create those public expectations about restoration, the time it takes, and the fact that not everything will necessarily look the same or express itself ecologically the same as pre-fire? Dr. Hesberg?
Again, a lot of parts to that question, and it's a really good one. In the inland Northwest here, after a bad fire season, or if we're breathing BC smoke or California smoke or Montana smoke, we get fire and smoke fatigue, and messaging about doing prescribed burning and talking about it as a lower smoke alternative, it falls on deaf ears. People need a breather. As Max said earlier, you need to use the timing window you get. And very often, once people have had a chance to rest up, there really is an opportunity to take advantage of the moments that you get to get in front of lawmakers. It's amazing in Washington here how many Senate and House bills are focusing on forest health and smoke management and things like that. And so you have those opportunities, and I think it's important to pick them. But I would say the tenor of the conversation where scientists, managers, the public, and lawmakers are in this ongoing repartee, it's broken up, and so it's kind of a situation where you take the opportunities where you ping people that you have relationships with at the state and federal level, and you look for opportunities with your local representatives to be able to use this as a teachable moment, use this fire season. The comment that Jolie made earlier about us having a superabundance of rangeland fire is also true in the state of Washington. And we have many opportunities to change that circumstance. So working with those groups, the sage grouse managers, different wildlife groups, we have an opportunity oftentimes to be able to reach out and say that we can actually change this future if we try a couple of new ideas.
I'm going to, rather than go through the rest of the panelists, we're finally getting some additional audience questions that I'd like to move to. So one is, how can we address prescribed fire aversion at the agency level? Are there examples of protections for agency staff to implement prescribed fire as a tool in the discussion? So certainly talking about outreach to the public, always critical. Firewire is a key program, but mechanical treatments during the wildlife-urban interface experience, expensive. So some questions about, and I think it kind of goes back a little bit, we heard the discussion about flexibility. So do you see that your work and your science is leading toward additional flexibilities for managers to be using tools?
I'll
we'll start with Dr. Moritz. Or okay. Jolie, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that I think, in the case of the Bureau of Land Management, this is another one of those assumptions that, we are not looking to increase prescribed fire over a lot of landscapes, especially those that are prone to invasives and prone to way much more frequent fire than what occurred historically. But we are looking at innovative ways, new ways of implementing fuel treatments, fuel breaks, restoration treatments, trying to restore wildfire resiliency. If the question was about liability, that's certainly a concern. Where we do implement prescribed burns, there's that liability and kind of that risk of implementing prescribed burns. And we certainly do manage some lands where restoring fire is one of the tools, and it is a lot cheaper than a mechanical treatment or a seeding treatment. I don't know that we are necessarily working on it, but there's some legislation out there sponsored by Senator Wyden that has looking to promote increased use of prescribed fire and does address the liability issue.
Any other examples from Dr. Moritz or Dr. Hesberg? Dr. Moritz?
Well, in California, I know, the agencies have long been in control of prescribed fire, and there is a move to have more local involvement and training so that prescribed fire can be used as a tool a little more widely, a little more so that you don't have to depend on the agency necessarily that would normally be in charge of it. And I think that's a step towards making prescribed fire more widely used and accepted. I think the public in general is very averse to smoke as a rule. And so even though amongst the scientific community, we widely agree that the best treatment we can do is actually to use fire as a tool in many cases. Although there is too much fire in some landscapes. I think one of the biggest battles is probably getting the public to accept some amount of smoke as a natural repercussion, though.
Dr. Hesberg, thoughts on that or anything to add?
I'd put a finer point on it. In addition to what Max was basically saying, that there isn't a no fire and a no smoke alternative. The question really is what do you value and what are the best tools to get there? And we have tremendous ability to do things like burn between patchy snow, to start putting fire into a system where we're overgrown. We've done it for decades right now. But our conversations are not right now about what are the trade-offs, what are the human health trade-offs. These are ultra critical conversations to stick the landing on, and they're non-trivial. Smoke is a big tail that's wagging the dog right now. And so spending more time with the human health professionals and figuring out how to address the how do you want your fire and smoke issue, I think is really, really critical. But we have great tools. I'd like to finish with a short anecdote. 25 years ago, we used to prescribe burn in the spring with the Spokane Indian Reservation folks up in northeastern Washington. And we'd go out in April with drip torches and into areas where we needed to create openings and do it on the cheap because resources were very limited. And over 15 or 20 years, we did an incredible amount of good work to be able, just by prescribed burning and with minimum emissions, opening those conditions up so that they would accept a wildfire very differently subsequently. So I think what we need to do is have better demonstrations. We need to have conversations with human health, with our communities, and we need precise methods around the built environment. We can't use prescribed burning willy-nilly in the wildland-urban interface. So anyway, those are some thoughts.
So I'm going to take a little bit of a left turn here and seek your thoughts. One of the questions was, how do we deal with the conversions in the desert Southwest, especially in those desert habitats, not resilient to fire in terms of species dependent on them, potential shifts in diversity relative to that public communication? So I think, we've got some panelists that are a little more Northwest oriented, but just curious if you have any thoughts on that. Dr. Moritz?
So maybe I'm misinterpreting, but that was kind of the fire in the deserts.
Yes.
Yeah.
And really delivering the message that not a lot of resiliency to fire, and we're seeing some shifts in diversity.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jolie, you probably have some related comments. I think it's a classic case of too much fire in a place that is especially sensitive to fire, and getting the public to understand that invasive herbaceous fuels and ignitions, controlling ignitions, if we can get the public to be more aware of and address the ignitions problem in those systems, we may be able to slow down that damage. But it's a very once those systems are impacted, it's really hard to go back the other way. So yeah, slowing things down as much as we can, I think, is a good public education campaign.
So I'm going to go to Jolie next, but just I do wonder sometimes, now that we are so interconnected communication-wise, right? Whether sometimes a national discussion, a national picture, what's going on in California, kind of overrides those smaller community-based conversations. So with that, Jolie, your thoughts?
Yeah, Sharon, I think you're right. I think, from a United States perspective, forest management solutions have been proposed to address the wildfire problems. It's not a one-size-fits-all. Forest management solutions aren't going to affect lots of acres in the West, especially in the Intermountain West. So, like Max said, we are doing a pretty aggressive public fire prevention campaigns, making the public aware about the fragility of these ecosystems and what a loss means. And we're actually trying to quantify that through some socioeconomic research. There's been a lot of socioeconomic research in the forest, but not as much in the rangelands. And how do we quantify the loss of these systems, and how can we raise awareness from residents and recreationists and others to want to protect these systems and avoid fire where fire has some very detrimental effects and where fire was not a frequent visitor in the past.
Dr. Hesberg, anything to add?
I think they added the major points there. We have to really care about non-native introduction and expansion, and the human ignition frequency has the ability to change the fire regime for a very long time and change the ecosystem. These are incredibly key points. And they need to be delivered really well, not only to the human community, but to lawmakers as well.
So one came in that I thought was kind of interesting, and certainly the highlight on human health, but also pointing out that there can be effects to animal health, and just certainly encouraging or wondering if you do extend those your conversations to kind of more of an ecosystem health conversation with both public and animal health colleagues. Dr. Hesberg?
I've had minimal experience with having the critter discussions, but they're actually kicking up throughout the inland Northwest, whether it's livestock, people who have horses, pets, those kinds of things. They're really critical situations, and it's tied up in the smoke discussion that's associated with the human communities. And it seems to me we're not having a clever enough conversation right now between scientists, managers, and the human health experts as to how we can navigate how to get to less smoke and smoke that is less impacting. And we need to invest a considerable amount of energy in that discussion. I'm participating in a couple of efforts right now, but I just don't see enough of it going on right now. And I think scientists, wildfire scientists, need to be engaged to that end.
Dr. Moritz?
I don't have anything to add other than it's an underexplored, and it's not a conversation we hear enough of.
Jolie, is that your experience as well?
Yeah, and we're focusing on the habitat because if there's no habitat, it doesn't matter what the smoke does to the to the fauna. So, yeah, we're really focusing on stemming the loss of the habitat for lots of species.
So I've got one more from the kind of the community watching you, and that was more certainly you could get teed up a lot of great illustrations and so experiences relative to kind of the local community, recognizing that many of these landscapes are important to a particular recreation community that may, those recreationists may not be specifically local, but very interested in that landscape. Do you have any specific recommendations on tools, or have you been involved in any specific initiatives that have been more directed at just the broader general recreation community for these particular landscapes? Dr. Hesberg? Oh, you're on mute.
A little bit. I've been working with some journalists to tell some of these great stories that we heard from the previous panel and from this group today to recreationists in outdoor magazines, Powder Magazine and Outdoor and that sort of thing, to bring to the fore that these ideas are relevant to them and that they can actually be an important and powerful group to help find the solution. And that's the extent of my activity so far, is to work with journalists to try to shape messages to that audience.
Jolie, would you agree with that? I know you teed up some great examples with the journalist tour, the video. Anything to add?
Yeah, so specifically, we are trying to engage recreation users of the public lands in raising awareness about fire and invasive issues. We're working with the Intermountain West joint venture on a follow-up video to Up in Smoke that really does kind of focus on recreational users, and hopefully it'll start to, what can they do about it? How can they advocate for these healthy rangelands? And and helping us kind of start to address the fire and invasives issue, because if these for instance, there's a lot of mountain biking on BLM lands, and so if these landscapes go up in smoke, what does that do to their recreational and their aesthetic pleasure of doing the sport that they like to do? So we are trying to kind of get at those kinds of users to kind of help advocate and promote kind of awareness about the issue that would hopefully lead to some solutions being adopted by lawmakers, essentially, is what we're hoping we can translate all that into.
Dr. Moritz, anything to add?
Just briefly, I guess for me it highlights, if we're going to consider fire-prone landscapes coupled systems, right, the human natural systems, it highlights the need for more social scientists to be a part of these discussions covering issues exactly like this, and we just don't have enough of it.
Well, panelists, thank you so much. It was a really fascinating panel. I would use kind of a corollary from something Jolie said, in that she made the comment about if you don't have the habitat, then worrying about wildlife health becomes kind of secondary. Certainly here, if we don't have the science to begin with, then communicating with the public becomes all that more difficult. And you've certainly demonstrated being able to bring that science to the public. So thank you again. And Dr. Moritz, we did get a request if there is a possibility to get links to the wildland urban interface papers that you highlighted at the end of your presentation. I believe there is a documents component as part of the WAFWA platform that would allow you to do that. Again, thank you. And I will turn the symposium back over to Tony to see if he has any additional remarks.
Thanks, Sharon. Really appreciate it. Paul, Max, Jolie. Certainly, Jolie, you brought up, a world that's really familiar to me, being in the Great Basin. Something that's front and center in our world. But listening to you all talk about the human relationship made me think about, how human perspectives and perceptions shape policy versus policy on those perspectives and perceptions, and that relationship and what kind of a feedback there is. And I look, listening to Dr. Hesberg talk about, how our forests got to where they are with selective logging and fire suppression. And in some ways, we've been very successful in achieving a desired result. Smokey Bear was very successful. And so I think that there's some hope in seeing how effective we've been. Maybe I shouldn't use the word successful, how effective we've been in achieving a certain result. And if we can learn how to garner some public perceptions to shape policy and policies to shape public perceptions, we can have a more effective decision-making matrix, which is my plug for the third panel session, Coordinated Decision-Making for Fire Response. So we're scheduled for a 1-hour lunch break. We're about 3 minutes into that right now. You're welcome to stay plugged into the site here. You don't need to log out and log back in, but we are going to be taking a 1-hour break, roughly 1 hour, and we'll be reconvening at 1 p.m. Mountain Time to begin our third panel on coordinated decision making for fire response. So with that, thank you all. Really appreciate the panel moderators and all the panelists. Really some thoughtful and thought-provoking perspectives and discussions. So thank you. Welcome back, everybody. This is a Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Symposium on Western Fire, where we're endeavoring to blur the boundaries by advancing collaborative science, management, and policy. For those that weren't with us this morning, we set the stage for the need and expected outcomes for this symposium. We explored some of the science on fire's impacts on terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. We examined the human relationship with fire. And now we're about to begin panel 3, which is on coordinated decision-making for fire response. Our panel moderator for panel number 3 is Jennifer Salakis. Jennifer is the Provincial Director of Wildlife and Habitat for British Columbia. She's worked for the province since 2007, leading various natural resource programs and the development of provincial natural resource policies. Shortly after taking on her current role, BC experienced its 2 worst wildfire seasons in recorded history in back-to-back years, 2017 and 2018. Collectively, over 6.3 million acres of the province burned, and many of the traditional wildlife management responses were challenged, and the public's expectations of natural resource managers were forever shifted. Based on that experience and her current work facilitating integration of a new wildfire management framework in BC with wildlife and habitat management, Jennifer was pleased to support the development of the symposium and moderates panel 3 with gratitude. With equal gratitude, Jennifer, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tony, and welcome all to this afternoon's session. We hope to hear from 3 distinguished panelists share their perspectives on coordinated decision-making for fire responses. So far in today's symposium, as Tony just mentioned, we've heard overarching themes really come out around the diversity and the complexity of the challenges that we are facing as natural resource managers, as well as a theme around the importance of sustained and effective communication with the public quite broadly. Building from that progression of topics from this morning, the panelists for this afternoon's session were asked to discuss the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats associated with the current fire management framework and how to address coordinated responses between states and provinces with specific consideration to the impacts of fire and fire management on fish and wildlife resources. We are privileged today to get started with Governor Brad Little and a little bit about him. Governor Little was elected by the people of Idaho as the state's 33rd governor in November 2018. He became governor on January 7th, 2019. Brad is an Emmett native who was raised on his family's sheep and cattle ranching operation. He graduated from the University of Idaho in 1977 with a Bachelor of Science in Agribusiness and has worked in the ranching industry for his entire professional life. In 1978, he had the good fortune to meet and marry Teresa Solon of Weiser. Teresa and Brad are the proud parents of 2 sons who have wonderful wives, Adam and Angela, and David and Kelsey, and they have 6 beautiful grandchildren. Brad has a heart for the public service. He has served in public office since 2001 when he was selected to fill a Senate vacancy. He was then elected to 4 consecutive terms to the Idaho Senate. During his service as senator, Brad was elected by his Republican peers during his first full term in party leadership as Majority Caucus Chair. He then served as Idaho's 37th Lieutenant Governor starting on January 6, 2009. Brad is committed to decision-making through one lens, the lens of ensuring Idaho's children and grandchildren have the best opportunities to stay in Idaho and for the ones who have left to return. Brad has advocated his whole life for limited government, and he works to ensure the lightest possible hand in government in the lives of Idaho's citizens, and he seeks to build the public's confidence in state government. Thank you, Governor Little, for sharing your perspective, knowledge, and experience and wisdom with us today.
Well, I am so happy to talk about anything but COVID-19 that I'm delighted to be here. Just a little more about my history. Prior to becoming a senator and a lieutenant governor and a governor, I spent a lot of time in the public land arena. Obviously at that time representing livestock industry, but also open space, wildlife advocates, the timber industry, a lot of those. So, you know, public lands issues, forest health, watershed, wildlife has been something that is kind of second nature to me, and which is handy given the amount of the public domain and timbered acres, rangeland acres we have in Idaho. I just believe that this issue is a galvanizing issue for the West. Whether you're in an urban area in Washington or California, Las Vegas, or whether you're in the more urban part of the Intermountain West, or particularly if you're in an area where fire's a normal part of your life, whether you like it or not, every year, that fire season that comes along. 2020 was, and we were very blessed here in Idaho. If you look at the drought monitor map, we had a pretty good draw this year in Idaho, but everybody around us, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Utah, Wyoming, particularly California, had a very challenging fire year. But a lot of the things that we've been talking about at the Western governor's level, at the national level, Congress has talked about it, is how do we get our arms around these big, particularly these big fire complexes? What do we do when they happen? But more importantly, what do we do to either prevent them or minimize them? And then what do we do to recover from them afterwards? It is everything from land use planning to road access, to who's there on the front line. One of the programs that Governor Otter started, and he actually adopted it from both Nevada and Oregon, was our RPA, our Rural Protection Associations, where ranchers like my family and our employees sign up, sit down shoulder to shoulder with the federal agency, in this instance, BLM, and proactively plan for the next fire season. What do we need to do? The state and the feds provide some equipment, they provide the training, but most importantly, they provide a forum in the State Land Department of Idaho, a forum to where they can get together and discuss, the critical thing about a fire is keeping our firefighters safe. How do we keep people safe, but how do we efficiently, effectively do what we need to do? That's during the fire. But one of the things that I want to talk about is what we're doing, whether it's in GNA or shared stewardship, good neighbor authority or shared stewardship. What do we do proactively in a 5, 10, 20, 30-year plan to minimize the effects or the risk of wildfire? We are never, ever, ever going to do away with wildfire. It's always been a part of the landscape, and it will continue to be an important part of the landscape. I've seen time and time again in my life, it says, this is the most catastrophic fire in the history of mankind. And a year later, you go out there and says, man, the country looks great. But, there's certain areas where critical wildlife habitat, critical species, you can't talk about fire if you don't talk about ecological changes, species that are endangered, wildlife habitat, obviously the continued threat of noxious weeds and what we do there. These are all part of the network of issues that we need to talk about when we talk about fires. But for what we're talking about in Idaho, and I'm going to give my state of the state Monday at 1 o'clock, we're talking about the state deploying resources in combination with our federal partners and our surrounding states to scale up some of the things we've done in GNA, and of course, shared stewardship's a large part of that. State lands, federal lands, private landowners, particularly large private landowners, and even the small private landowners. What do we do collectively to minimize the risk of those ecological changing wildfires? I believe that the time is right. We Western governors here in about 15 days, we're going to have a new administration. We look forward to reaching out with our federal partners about what we can do to continue both GNA and shared stewardship, what we need to do going forward. You have my pledge that that'll be a high priority for myself and WGA going forward. But we are making progress on this. We can't afford to have it slow. The big challenge is to scale this up. If you look at the millions of acres in the West that are at risk, where the rural-urban interface is critical, we have got to scale up what we're doing, particularly around some of these areas of risk, but importantly around these areas that are critical wildlife habitat, watershed, whether they be anadromous fish, whether they be bull trout or sage grouse, or fill in the blank of your favorite species, and what it does to our big game herds that and our upland game birds. All of this is critical. You know, we had a different scenario prior to we non-native invaders, us Europeans, when it was in the days when the tribes had an active burning program. They did it because they knew they'd have better habitat for the game that they were dependent upon. And then we obviously suppressed that, and then we developed a lot of the West. We are still getting our arms around about what the best practices are, but there is an incredible volume of science about what forest health looks like. And I would also add that there's a lot of concurrence. Sportsmen, conservation-minded people, wildlife advocates, endangered species advocates, native plants advocates, recreation advocates. There are no shortage of constituents that want to see us do the right thing. There's a lot of discussion about what the right thing is, but I believe we're making great progress there. So I'm hopeful that this forum will add to that. As I said, in 2 or 3 weeks, there'll be, in essence, some new leadership at the top of many of the agencies that we work with. And you have my pledge that WGA will reach out, as we always have, to be a part of that discussion, to make sure that that down the road, the risk of catastrophic wildfire is minimized, and that forest health, watershed health, wildlife, abundant wildlife populations are a high priority. So, Jen, thank you very much. I didn't speak about anything I was supposed to.
That's absolutely okay, Governor Little. Thank you so much for sharing with us that perspective and your experience. For the participants, could you describe what is GNA, the abbreviation?
You want me to talk about GNA?
Yeah, you referred to it a few times, and as well as shared stewardship, which I'm familiar with, but not GNA, and I'm not sure what it stands for.
Good Neighbor Authority was first. The Good Neighbor Authority was basically a relationship mainly between the Forest Service and the state. Shared stewardship was the logical follow-up, which says, well, it's not just the Forest Service and the state land departments. It's the large timber owners, it's the other timber owners, it's the BLM. So Good Neighbor Authority was basically the Forest Service, you know, had issues with some of the things they could do. A lot of them were fiscal constraints, and they viewed the state land departments as being a little lighter on their feet, a little less constrained by big rule books. And so they said, look, we'll help you do this forest health timber sale in a GNA project. If you'll hire the people to cruise the timber, to do the environmental analysis, we're trying not to skirt major environmental laws. We're just trying to get these projects done. That was GNA. Shared stewardship just puts it on a much broader perspective.
Okay, thank you for that. So we will come back to questions at the end of the presentations from the panelists. We'll move next to Dr. Henson. We've heard from George Geisler, who is having some technical issues. So we're hoping that we'll bring him online shortly. So to give a background for Dr. Henson and an introduction, thank you very much for joining us today. Paul is the State Supervisor for Oregon Fish and Wildlife Office in Portland, Oregon. Paul is oversees the endangered species recovery activities throughout the state of Oregon, and he's also led the Northern Spotted Owl recovery planning and implementation. Paul has been with the service for 29 years. Prior to moving back to Portland in 2008, he served as Assistant Regional Director in Region 8, which is Sacramento, as the Field Supervisor for the Pacific Island Fish and Wildlife Office in Honolulu, and as a wildlife biologist in the field and in regional offices in Portland, Oregon. Paul has a BA in Environmental Studies from the University of California, Santa Cruz, and a PhD in Wildlife Biology from the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities. He has worked as a field biologist in Minnesota, California, Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, and Hawaii, and he has conducted field research on sea otters, raptors, trumpeter swans, and other waterfowl. He is the author of The Natural History of Big Sur, published by University of California Press, as well as numerous other scientific and conservation policy papers. Paul has a wife, 2 sons, and enjoys fly fishing, the Northwest Great Rivers and Lakes. Thank you, Dr. Henson, for joining us today.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that introduction. And first of all, it's just a great honor to be here, invited to this panel, and especially Governor Little. It's an honor to follow your discussion, and we really enjoy the collaboration that we have going with our state agencies in Oregon and in Idaho. We share a river, a boundary, and a lot of the same issues. So really enjoy hearing your presentation. I guess obviously we've heard today from several outstanding scientists and policymakers. Much of the comments of the previous panelists are extremely relevant, and I'm going to almost summarize some of those as I quickly talk about the relationship between managing wildlife and wildfire. We've kind of come full circle from, I think, the presentations of the first panel this morning. Jason Miner, who I work with here in Oregon in the governor's office, said that the fires this year were a bit of a wake-up call for many Oregonians who, because they burned into the moist forests, and pretty severely. And my guess is many people listening to this presentation and today either were directly affected by those fires or have friends or family that were. And I had several employees who were very severely affected, including losing their homes in those fires. So we take that obviously very seriously. Mike Lester from Colorado talked about the issue of fire good, fire bad question, and the answer is yes. And that's what I'm going to be coming back to in the discussion of the relationship with wildlife. And Gavin Jones and Jason Dunham and some of the other scientists this morning described how fire management and wildlife conservation do not have to be in conflict. And that's really what I'm going to get to today. Just to summarize, these forest ecosystems have changed due to human influence. Historic timber harvest, fire suppression, then of course climate change and drought and increase in the effects of disease, forest diseases and insects have really exacerbated the natural balance that at least we're used to, as Paul Hesburgh described earlier. And high severity fire risk has been dramatically increasing. And these are things most of the scientific and the public agree on, and that we need to restore more natural processes and patterns. And so, Paul Hesburgh showed a few of these kinds of photographs. This is in his backyard in the Eastern Washington Cascade Mountains, just showing the difference of what 70 or 80 years of fire suppression can probably do to a landscape. The one on the top, obviously, being the older photo from the 1930s. And look at the change in that landscape. I'm sure in Governor Little's family out on their ranch, they're out on the land, they see those kinds of changes probably all the time, very directly. This, as opposed to talking about what is natural though, because as a few panelists mentioned, that's somewhat in the eye of the beholder. A term that I like to use and that I think is more helpful is this concept of ecological departure. How departed are these ecosystems and these landscapes from some sort of range of variability? And this is just a map I borrowed from a paper by Ryan Huego and other scientists up in Washington State that described different by watershed, how many of these areas are actually, I'll just say, you know, I'll use my non-technical term, out of whack. I'm not a forest ecologist. I'm actually a waterfowl biologist by background. So, you can see down in Southwest Oregon in the lower left of that slide, the bright red are areas that are extremely departed from a natural range of variability, including then, of course, up into Eastern Oregon and in parts of Eastern Washington Cascades. The blue areas being areas that maybe don't need much intervention from a pre-fire sort of treatment perspective. Areas in the red might need much more attention. And so bring this back to kind of I think many of the folks watching as fish and wildlife biologists and managers, I'll use the spotted owl very quickly as the northern spotted owl as a case study. When we developed the recovery plan for the spotted owl now 10 years ago, we had three-part strategy. It can really be summarized quite easily down to these three parts. We have a threat. The spotted owl has a threat from the barred owl, which has been invading the Pacific Northwest and been displacing spotted owls at a very rapid pace, and is now moving down into, has moved down into California and is affecting the California spotted owl as well down there. And so we got to manage that threat. We got to conserve the highest quality forest habitat, and that's really the older growth, the occupied habitat, the stuff where spotted owls still remain. And third, and as importantly, and the topic of today, is we need to make it explicit that we need to support active forest management to restore resiliency and health where appropriate. And that's a big part of the spotted owl's range, if not a majority of it. I'll just confess that it's been very frustrating as both a wildlife biologist and a policy implementer when I'm working with land management agency folks and they tell me that, well, we were going to do a forest health project here or a fuels management project here, but we couldn't implement it because we thought it might impact spotted owls negatively in the short term. And to me, that's extremely frustrating because that's not what we think it needs to be done on the landscape. And so we made it very clear in the recovery plan for the spotted owl, as well as in other policy documents, that we encourage active management of these systems. And in fact, the Endangered Species Act directs us to recover the ecosystems upon which these species depend. It isn't just about saving spotted owls or bull trout or many of the other species that we have on these landscapes. It's about the landscapes within which they occur. And so we came up with sometimes we've been talking about communicating and the human dimension of what we're trying to do. Sometimes you got to reduce these things down to, bumper stickers. And one of ours is, if it's good for the ecosystem, it's good for the owl. And so even if you're going to impact some spotted owls or some woodpeckers or some bull trout in the short term, if it's a good project and it makes sense at the landscape level, you should do it. And so inaction is not an option. When you do nothing, that's a management decision. That's actually an action. Doing nothing is an action. And unfortunately, we've had, as various panelists have described, we've had a lot of people who are risk averse who take either the easiest path of no action, but we're advocating for an active management program that is science-based. And I know Gavin Jones today earlier talked about his work and pyrodiversity and spotted owls and landscapes of different burn severity. Some scientists out in the community still question the need or utility of active management. I think their reluctance is born of a mistrust of the land managers and some of the history of land management, but nevertheless, they're still quite vocal, and there still remains a kind of a controversy over whether it's appropriate to intervene on certain landscapes. But as we've heard today, the majority of the peer-reviewed science supports taking some forms of action and management. And that's our position, not just on spotted owls, but on obviously other species that we're dealing with, sage grouse and some of the aquatic systems, et cetera. So on the moist side of the Cascades, for example, that Jason Miner talked about a little bit this morning from Oregon and in California and in Washington, actions, very simple actions like thinning plantations, targeting early cereal and old forest diversity for conservation, but intervening there can be appropriate. On the dry side and in mixed forests, like down in Southern Oregon and certainly on the east side, reducing catastrophic fire risk, managing fuels, and influencing the burn patterns of these landscapes can be extremely important to do. But these strategies are site-specific, and this gets to Mike Lester's comments this morning that there's no one right answer. There can be a fair amount of nuance and highly detailed site-specific aspects to where you're working. But there should be a mix of managed wildfire, not necessarily let burn, but let burn in certain ways, prescribed burning, mechanical treatments, and in some areas hands off. You don't need to do anything. And we need to be able to strategically apply these methods in a fairly aggressive way that accepts risk. And this issue of accepting risk is probably the biggest thing that we need to overcome from the sort of human dimension aspects that Paul Hesburgh and Max Moritz talked about. Can we actually weigh in a very simple quantitative way the short-term impacts versus taking an action versus long-term risk reduction? What happens if we do nothing versus what is the worst case scenario if we intervene? Again, there's many people in the environmental community that don't trust intervention for two reasons, primarily. Either they think that there's some ulterior motive, maybe an economic driver to a fuels management program or something, and they don't trust that it's truly ecologically based, or they suspect that the land managers don't know what they're doing and they're going to make mistakes. And you know what? Sometimes we do make mistakes, but we're making those mistakes based on the best available information that we have. And it's still better than often doing nothing. So we need to manage in this way, but we need to manage for landscape patterns rather than single species. And again, Paul and Hesburgh and Gavin and others really presented a nice visuals on those issues, because our health, the health and resilience is the goal, not just for forests and wildlife, but for those local communities that live and work in these areas and that derive, their economies from their surrounding landscapes. So this is very, very important to keep that in mind. So last, I guess, I'll just end with, I started with this question of can or should wildfire risk be managed? And I get that question all the time. And in fact, during this presentation, I got several emails from folks in the environmental community wanting, the Fish and Wildlife Service to intervene on some BLM fuels projects that they're seeing out on the ground right now. But our bottom line at the Fish and Wildlife Service is, if it's good for the ecosystem, it's good for the owl. And if the best science is it's good for the ecosystem, it's good for the bull trout, and so on. And we have to trust our scientists and give them, the resources and opportunity to continue to do the work that's been queued up here by Jason and Gavin and Paul and Max and all the others that presented today. So with that, I'll end, and I really just want to make that one basic point, Jennifer. So thank you for that opportunity to do so.
Well, that was excellent, Dr. Henson. Thank you very much. So attendees, listeners in the virtual world, feel free to enter in questions now in the chat box, as it appears that George Geisler is going to be unable to join us. As you're getting your thinking caps on and putting those questions in, I'll get started with a thought. You both, Governor Little, Dr. Henson, you both talked about the complexity of the issue and the complexity really of the solutions that are required, as well as the diversity of different perspectives of the people that are impacted or affected or want to see different outcomes. Can you share with us maybe some of the approaches that you've taken or ways that you've been successful in finding common ground for the decisions that you are responsible for making or providing information to support? And maybe we'll start with you, Governor Little.
Well, thanks, Jen. I'm old enough that I was through the battles of conservation biology, the no option alternative, and the industrial timber get out the cut. We maximize the cut. And those two things collided over a period of time. But you have to give the scientific community credit for, the recognition. Some of Paul's slides that showed some of those areas that have got lots of trees on them, but they're not sustainable. They're either not sustainable, or they're the wrong species, and often they don't have the diversity to be resilient. And we've learned so much about that I think Paul's point about, we're going to have to all get together and I know it's very hard for we politicians. We're going to have to cover some of these errors. When we all agree that we're going to do a forest health logging project followed by a burn to expand some of the area that's covered, if the fire gets away a little bit, or if somebody goes, as they always will, and they'll be there with the camera to take a picture the second the chainsaw shuts off, or the second the skidder moves and doesn't want to take a picture the next year or the year after that, we have a collective responsibility to stand up and say, well, we know that on social media or wherever it is, that makes a case, but fundamentally it was the right thing to do for the landscape, for the watershed, for the ecological area. And that's why forums like this are good, because we are going to have to cover for that, because we are going to have to do a lot more burning. And of course, one of the real problems in Intermountain West is the building of homes in areas that are just really at risk. And when there's a fire, like it or not, all the firefighters run to protect the house, and some of that critical wildlife habitat watershed is sacrificed. And I've been an advocate for, and I will be with the governors, is that after these fires, we do an after action analysis. Always do we keep the firefighters safe, but second, what do we do there? Did we protect the most critical issue? And in fact, did that local area, were they asking the landowners to do the right thing to make their home site or their piece of property fire resistant? And I think we're going to want to implement at the state and federal level kind of an after action, because there's no shortage of TV cameras and people out there during the fire or directly after. We don't fly up to 30,000 feet and see what really happened. It's been a few years, but the last time I went down the Middle Fork, there's so much of the wilderness area in the Frank Church wilderness area that had huge ecological changing burns, and then a lot of noxious weeds come in. Now that's in a part of the Western landscape that we're going to let conservation biology work, but we can't do that in other areas where there's homes in danger and where it's really, really critical watershed. But I would submit that the Middle Fork of the Salmon is pretty critical watershed.
Thank you. Dr. Henson.
Yeah, thank you. I guess there's a bunch of really good examples. We heard about some of them, I think, earlier today, but examples of folks getting together and working together collaboratively to maybe overcome some of these, what are mostly social barriers and sort of human psychology barriers rather than sort of scientific barriers. You know, there's some examples of collaborative groups out in the Blue Mountains in Eastern Oregon, in Eastern Washington, down in Southern Oregon, we have several. And as the governor said in his comments earlier, that there's so much common ground with, the ranching community, the timber community, the environmental community, the recreational community, the wildlife, conservation community. And that sort of adage about, we agree on 80% of the stuff. Let's not let the other 20 or 15% get in the way of making the right decisions and doing something that's necessary to be done. And we have some examples of that. And I think what those groups need to be, that takes tremendous time and energy. I can't tell you how many hours I spent, for example, on some of the collaborative groups in the basement of the county courthouse out in Harney County in Eastern Oregon on sage-grouse issues, for example, or down, me and my staff down in Southern Oregon with the Ashland Fire Resiliency Project, which is trying to protect the watershed of the city of Ashland from being, destroyed by fire. It takes tremendous time, but once you build that relationships and people see each other as kind of getting rid of, we get rid of the distrust. Many in the environmental community, as the governor referred to the timber wars and things like that, they still ascribe nefarious motives to the land managers, the foresters, the BLM, the state forestry folks who are actually trying to do the right thing, but they ascribe to them some, suspect motives. But if you get those people together and they actually get to know each other a little bit, I think a lot of that falls away. They see people trying to do a very difficult job and they help each other out. And they also assume, shared risk and shared accountability for making some of these decisions. And so I think we're doing some of that. And I think there are some of these examples. And I pointed to the Blue Mountain Collaborative as one of them in Eastern Oregon, where they are implementing fuels management projects proactively. And there's, the attorney for one of the environmental groups that usually sues us, Fish and Wildlife Service, is part of that team. And I tease her all the time that, she's not going to sue us on that one, right? So I think that's the kind of thing we need to do more of, and that shared accountability and shared responsibility for making what are risky decisions. And as I think Paul Hesberg said, there's going to be smoke, there's going to be fire. We've got to decide how we want to, manage that or accept that or apply it in a more productive way.
Thank you for that. So segueing from those points of collaboration, there's a specific question, Governor Little, for you from the audience. And it states, I appreciate your quote in your WGA webinar, collaboration is a contact sport. Can you elaborate, please?
Well, sometimes I say it's mind numbing. Sometimes I say, and it is, collaboration is a contact sport. I mean, if it was easy, we would have had it resolved prior to now. And of course, I was somewhere and said, well, we can't get together. I said, if you can't get out on the landscape and look at the fungi and the new plants that are being recruited and the baby ducks and it is hard in a courthouse, and it takes both. But it's when you're out there and you get your boots dirty that you really make progress and you bond over some of these things. And what happens is people say, "This is the most important thing to me," but if I see that you're making a sacrifice over here, I am at least open to look at my sacrifice. But if it was really easy, we would have had it resolved by now. But I just think the preponderance of the science that active management, we've got areas, whether we like it or not, that are not ecologically sustainable. Cities, roads, dams, all those other things. We've got to do a better job managing everything else to compensate for the negative consequences that part of modern society has. And the more the West grows, the higher the obligation on us to go to those areas where we can really move the needle on watershed, on wildlife habitat, on riparian restoration, fill in the blank, to compensate for those other areas. And that's why I'm just not a fan of what was viewed as pure conservation biology, which is what Paul talked about, which is a no action alternative.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Another question from the audience. You've both spoken to the complexity and a little bit around how to break down those problems and work better together collaboratively in partnership. The question from the audience is that there seems to be a paralysis given the enormity of the wildfire challenges in front of us. Where do we start? How do we size things up? And are there key components that you each can reflect on that may be a more effective approach in realizing what we've been doing thus far is not adequate? Dr. Hansen, perhaps we start with you.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple of levels to that. One is actually, high grading, geographically identifying the areas that are, most either at risk or most important to act first, and high grade to those. I showed that map from a paper of a few years ago that had these watersheds sort of rated or ranked by their level of ecological departure. Obviously, the most pressing issue is WUIs, wildland-urban interfaces, life and property, human life and property, what's at risk. I mentioned the city of Ashland in Southern Oregon. Their watershed is entirely on Forest Service property upstream of town, a couple of reservoirs. And, if there's a catastrophic fire in that area, that will really, really damage their water system. So that's those kinds of priorities are sort of, I think people of all political stripes will agree that's where you work first. And then, but more broadly in the sort of remote and larger landscapes where you don't have maybe as much of a pressing issue with cities or infrastructure at risk, I think you got to make decisions about what you value most. And Jason presented on aquatic systems, which are fish and wildlife resources associated with those are obviously very important. And so high grading those first is almost a GIS and a sort of a ranking exercise. But then secondly is what's the, the opportunities for getting people together. I mentioned on the one hand, the governor mentioned it's, people need to take the time to get out on the ground together. That does require tremendous time, but we, for example, my agency and my staff, we've made that a huge priority to the expense of other things. Obviously, some people are always happy to get out of the office and go out into the mountains, but that takes a lot of time, a lot of travel. And the other thing is, the ranchers, some of the environmental community, they have day jobs. And so for them to show up at these meetings all day, that's a significant impact on them. And how can we help sort of underwrite the processes, we, the federal government, state government, the processes for setting up these organizations, funding them, making them much more implementable so that people can get together and do the things that that we've been describing for collaboration. And then the last thing I'll add, if you actually can set up those infrastructures, and we've got them scattered around the states, can you actually empower them? That's the third thing I'd say. Can you empower them? And we, the land managers, the land management agencies need to give up a little bit of their authority, if you will, or kind of control, and take that input both from the locals that live on the land around there, as well as other stakeholders like legitimate environmental folks who have a good perspective on some of these issues. And can we empower them that their decisions or their position that they've come to collaboratively will in fact be implemented? And that's actually some of the good neighbor stuff that the governor referenced actually sort of falls into that category.
Well, that's a great segue to Governor Little. Do you have anything to add?
Well, as we were working on shared stewardship, Secretary Hubbard and I, we basically asked our state land department to come up with a plan, and it took a little pushing, but we actually have 2 million in southern Idaho, 2 million acres in northern Idaho in priority areas, kind of based on what Paul alluded to. Some of it's around areas that are more sensitive, but we're putting together the data and the state's put money into it, the feds have put money into it, some of the larger timber owners have put money into it, and then there's a lot of sweat equity by people that are interested in those areas. So we've got a plan, and we're implementing it. We can't do it everywhere, but what we really need to do is do it right, so that we have examples that we can hold up and say, look, this critical area had a spruce budworm problem, and it was at risk of all burning up and basically being shut down. We went in there and did active management, and we're also changing the mix of silvicultural mix to where it's more resilient. We can hold up examples to get more and more volume in the way of people behind it to show that it works. And I'm optimistic. I'm always impatient that it doesn't go fast enough. One of the issues that we're going to see what happens with the new administration is some of the NEPA proposals that the current administration proposed. There wasn't every bit of it that was perfect. But part of the reason that we're having to do GNA is because the NEPA restrictions that just slow down progress in the other agencies, and we need to continue to see where are those barriers really the intent of Congress when they passed the National Environmental Policy Act, and where have they become a hindrance and basically a perpetuator of the no action alternative. And I think that's something that we need to do to get projects like these done.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. So you've both touched a fair bit on sort of the human dimensions and the psychology, and Governor Little, you've talked about the importance of being proactive, and Dr. Hansen, you've talked about the importance of taking action and doing nothing really not being an option. Can you each reflect perhaps a little bit on your experience in what sustains the momentum and the interest of your constituencies or the public or the policymakers in years between the big or notable fire years that you could share with us? Maybe I'll start with you, Governor Little.
Well, Jen, I've got to run, but I do want to address this. One of the things that's happened all over the West is with COVID-19, we've got a lot more visitors than we ever imagined. Because I couldn't go to parades and rodeos this summer, I was up with my wife hiking a lot of the backcountry of Idaho that I hadn't been around ever. And there were a lot of visitors out there. That is a new constituency. We have got to get them bought into what we do to actively manage this, to perpetuate these incredible ecosystems, and also to manage them. That new impact on the ground is going to have an impact, but there's other things we need to do. The Land and Water Conservation Fund, the Great Outdoors Act, is going to be the people that are constituents of this. There's a lot of interest in what we do with those land and water conservation funds, and some of these projects are ideal for that. But the more you can get buy-in, particularly broad buy-in of all the users, the more sustainable and scalable it's going to be. So I'm really quite optimistic. Obviously, as your question talked about, everybody's interested in doing something about fire in a big fire year. It's those other years where it kinds of wanes, but unfortunately, we're having more big fire years than we ever anticipated. We've been pretty blessed here in Idaho this last year or so, but we know that's not going to last if we don't aggressively go after it. But I think just bringing people together, having success, and then highlighting that success to the public gets more and more buy-in for doing the right thing going forward. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the generosity of your time. We appreciate it, Governor Little. Thank you. So Paul, we'll leave the last word with you if you'd like to add?
Yeah, I guess I'll just say to your question of kind of, you know, this sort of human psychology and the, you know, what I've observed, you know, in some of my own, you know, on my personal life side, as well as in the professional capacity when it comes to fire and how people react. You know, in Oregon, for example, recently, not this past fire season, but a couple of years prior, we had some fires outside the town of Sisters, Oregon, which is near Bend. And it was actually some fuels management projects that slowed that fire down from reaching kind of the wildland urban interface, or at least the, you know, obviously to the homes and town. And talking to some folks I know, and I'm a, you know, avid fly fisher around that area. There's a lot of quality rivers, and I know a lot of people who recreate in that area. And they previously had been very skeptical of fuels management and fire risk and issues like that. Oh, it's just a bunch of excuse to go in and log the forest kind of thing. Once they saw that, and some of them lived in that community, their mind changed. They said, oh, it can work, or under certain circumstances, it can give, for example, the firefighters more time, or it can, it can steer the fire in a different direction. And so that was one example where it worked. But the other thing is some of the stuff like Gavin Jones presented this morning, showing where spotted owls are, this sort of retrospective view of, let's look at areas that have burned to varying severities, and let's see what happens. Let's see how wildlife responds. Let's see what happens, like in Jason Dunham's presentation, to these different aquatic systems and different scenarios. And taking that perspective and providing it to folks in such a way that it's actually begins to be culturally, assimilated, because the default setting for most people when it comes to intervene, when they see, heavy equipment going into the forest to thin, or when they see, for example, heavy equipment going into a stream to restore a stream that's been highly degraded, the default setting is don't do that. That's going to make it worse. That looks too intrusive. That looks too damaging. They can't look, especially because of human lifespan and time, they can't look 5, 10, or even 50 years down the line. So these kinds of things like, wildland urban interface disaster averted scenarios and documentation, and wildlife and fish retrospective views of positive outcomes. And then third, long-term sort of almost recreations of long-term, scenarios so that people can assimilate it. I think those three things are how we change some of the perspective people have about intervening and supporting intervention proactively, I would offer. Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent. Because we are one speaker short, we will wrap this panel up early and move into the wrap-up session a little bit early. I want to thank you, Dr. Henson, for the generosity of your time on behalf of WAFWA. Thank you very much. And certainly one of the takeaways I think that I've got from this conversation just now is around the importance of sharing the success stories and ensuring that we learn from that and apply it to our future decision-making processes. So thank you very much again, and I turn it back to the organizers to move us into the wrap-up session.
Thanks, Jennifer. Certainly huge thanks to Governor Little and Dr. Henson for sharing your thoughts and perspectives as well. So as Jen indicated, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule given the technical difficulties of one of our panelists from panel number 3. So we are going to begin our wrap-up session about 20 minutes before it was scheduled to begin. So I guess what I would like to do with this wrap-up is maybe kind of do a quick high-level synopsis of some of the really key points that resonate with me, and hear from you all. When we get to the end of today, my hope and what we heard at the outset from some of the panelists early on is that we would have some kind of an idea of where WAFWA could begin to shape this discussion and policy management, policy and science around Western wildfires. And I think that really is a big question. In some ways, as we have this conversation, it's a little bit like an echo chamber. It's a little bit, like we're preaching to the choir. We have a lot of agreement in terms of the challenges before us. There was an incredible agreement when we talked about, the effects of selective logging, the effects of fire suppression, the effect of climate change and disease and insects. There's a great deal of consensus in how we got to where we are, certainly in those forested ecosystems. The solutions are a little bit more nebulous, a little bit more enigmatic, but I'd like to go back to the first session where we set the stage and just share a couple things that really resonated. One of the things that Wade said is that we're not going to be able to respond our way out of this. And I think that's an important recognition where we look at the current funding models, and Jolie shared some of that information with us, comparing Forest Service to BLM and their respective roles and responsibilities. And so much of our funding is tied to that response. And I think there was another panelist, I think Dr. Moritz brought up some aspects of that and perhaps being more anticipatory versus, the immediacy in terms of our approach. But several of the key points that I heard in the very first, as we set the stage, were science. Clearly, there's great consensus in the value of the science in informing our actions, our decisions, our management. The inclusivity of the definition of conservation, and that was with respect to forest management. And then we again heard from Jolie some of the challenges on the rangelands and the cold desert side. There were some questions brought up about how do we have these conversations in these less fire adapted environments. Another point was about the integrated approach across the entire ecosystem, getting away from a single species focus and focusing on ecosystem, watershed level. Another key point in setting the stage was the value of partnership. And that's evident in the title of this session. It's collaborative science, management, and policy. And that partnership, perhaps lacking in the past, is absolutely essential to success. And we see that with several of our partners and initiatives, whether it's the Good Neighbor Authority that Governor Little talked about, or the stewardship opportunities, a number of new ways to foster those partnerships. And then Jason talked about politics and the world that he lives in, and that this is a much broader multi-sector issue, and went as far as calling it a policy failure. The first panel, after we set the stage, was really looking at the impacts. This is where we dived into some of the science, some of the impacts, both aquatic and terrestrial. Biodiversity, that's a new word for me. It's certainly intuitive. And the notion that we can have our cake and eat it too is very appealing, and it's a great way, I think, to frame that conversation as we're having that conversation with constituents and stakeholders. I believe it was Jason that said we needed to stop using this phrase or this term, historic fire season. That really, we could say that each year and every year, but that we need to change our paradigms and see this as part of our new normal. Otherwise, we're going to continue to struggle with the anticipatory nature of the challenges before us. Lori talked about these challenges, again, from selective harvest, fire suppression, to which I believe it was Paul that added climate change, and eventually somebody added insects and disease, with those four factors being highlighted as a big part of the condition of our forests today. Now, what do we do? And I think, Lori kind of highlighted the importance here. What do we do to restore the function and the resilience of these systems? It's one thing to be able to clearly articulate the condition they're in and the contributing factors, but the questions before us really are, what do we do now? Where do we do it? How do we do it? And what is it that we do? A lot of that pertains to our second panel, which was the human's relationship with fire. And although it wasn't referenced specifically as kind of the 80-20 rule, but Paul brought up I believe it was Paul who brought up the common ground issues. And again, it's kind of a Venn diagram looking at the role of climate and the beliefs and perception around climate, the mixed severity fires, and the role of fuels, and that focusing on the common ground in those areas is really the most productive way to have this conversation. Max mentioned some of the challenges with planning efforts, and that houses are oftentimes the fueling these fires. And I think that is a big, challenging and political issue. Developers, people want to live in the shade. People want to live where it's cool. People want to live where there's wildlife and there's beautiful scenery. Therefore, there's added stress on those systems and pressure for developers to purchase those lands, develop those lands. But we can certainly see from California, where fire insurance in many of these situations is no longer attainable due to the high risk. I mentioned that Jolie brought in the rangeland fire, and really, Jolie, I really appreciate that perspective. Again, living in the Great Basin and seeing these challenges firsthand. I mean, I could cite statistics in terms of data and acreage and all day long about losses in the sagebrush ecosystem. But a lot of what we talked about today in this symposium is evident on the ground when you have fire resources and firefighting crews that have grown up essentially in their careers fighting forest fires that then come to fight a rangeland fire. And we heard today somebody talk about the use of backburns for firefighter safety. We're seeing a number of tactics and strategies from one ecosystem applied in another, although well-intentioned, don't always have the best effect in terms of ecosystem health. And we're seeing significant losses in that sagebrush ecosystem. I know that Jolie talked a little bit about some of those differences between Forest Service and BLM. And it's really interesting to see where the money and where the resources go, despite the fact that the BLM manages 25% more area than the forest throughout the country. There's more acres burned on the BLM. Forest has 7 times the money for preparedness, 5 times the money for rehab, 5 times the money for fuels, and roughly 100 times the money for rural and partner support. These are some of the policy area discussions. This certainly isn't intended to turn into a debate or discussion between rangeland and forest fires, but I think it's evident of another challenge and maybe some bias in the system. But the whole discussion around the human relationship with fire, to me, really invited the question and discussion about, is it that public perception that dictates policy, or is it policy that drives public perception? What is the interrelational, that interactive dynamic between policy and perception? And where can we intervene most successfully? And I don't mean to portray it as simplistically as one or the other, because clearly it's both. But if there was, low-hanging fruit, is it in that policy arena? Is it with those policymakers, as we heard, some of our speakers, some of our panelists talk about sitting down with lawmakers, with legislators, and so often, we have great data, we have a great story to tell, but if it's not, politically appealing to some of the constituents, do we get there with policy? I think that's a very real challenge that remains. Our third panel, coordinated decision-making for fire responses. A couple key points that I think Governor Little made is one, that fire is a galvanizing issue. And, you know, certainly here in this venue, we can see the broad interest and perspectives in the Western United States from state agencies, federal agencies, NGOs, private citizens, tribal members. It runs the gamut, private landowners, industry. It certainly is a galvanizing issue. And Governor Little also said it really needs to scale up. And I think that's maybe perhaps where WAFWA can provide some benefit in creating and providing a venue such as this, where networks, relationships, partnerships can be established, can be maintained, can be facilitated. I think that you know, when I look at the benefit of a regional association or a national association, WAFWA in this case, I think that there's incredible opportunity for professional development, networking, but there's also opportunity to share data, share science, share resources, and also develop unified positions while we have our partners at the table, our land management agency partners at the table, our state wildlife agencies, our provincial agencies at the table. We can develop unified perspectives, unified positions that are far more effective as we lobby, whether it be at our state legislatures or in our nation's capital. Having a unified position or perspective certainly adds value. So lastly, we heard that inaction is just not an option, that we must accept the risks of intervention over the risks of inaction. There's a generational bias towards many of us as government employees, that it does take relationship, it does take an investment of time and energy to overcome some of the generational bias that limits our ability perhaps to implement as many projects as we would like. I think that the questions that I'm left with really have to do with how can WAFWA help? Where can WAFWA present more than an echo chamber where we validate one another's perspectives, but we genuinely use the brain power that's present from the policy side to the science side to the management side at all levels of government to really figure out what we can do as an association, how we can begin to help shape the narrative, shape policies in the fire science, the fire management and fire policy arena, recognizing that it doesn't fall within each of our agencies' authorities. Certainly some of us have those authorities in our agencies, others do not. And so in some ways, I feel that we're, as an association of state and provincial wildlife agencies, we may be a little peripheral or tangential to those that are really on the front lines. But I think that we have some capacity, we have some science, we have some brain power, we have some knowledge, and certainly some desire as stakeholders in this effort to where collectively we can add value. And so I kind of would really like to open it up to either hear others takeaways, anything that resonated with you in particular, and then certainly where you think we may be able to help shape management, science management or policy around fire as a Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. So I think we've got, in the Zoom portion of this, we've got 15 participants. I think that certainly we can manage that if people just want to weigh in. Otherwise, I would encourage folks to type questions in using the WHUVA interface. And if we could invite everybody back in, giving them the opportunity to ask directly, that would be great. And I'll just share while we're waiting for folks to come back in or type their questions in. I'll just share a story that back in 1999 and 2000. It's interesting to me to listen to, like Kevin Schaefer shared, part of his bio with the big fire years in Southern California, and then Jen in 2017 and 2018, back-to-back big fire years. In the Great Basin, 1999 and 2000 were some of our big fire years. We lost significant millions of acres between those 2 years. And we heard earlier today about the emphasis on structure protection, and we joked that the only way we were going to be successful in saving the sage-grouse strutting grounds is if we took our habitat restoration funds and we purchased single-wide mobile homes and scattered them on the landscape next to strutting grounds so that we could get protection of that key wildlife habitat. We fast forward 20 years plus, and we haven't moved as far as we would like to have moved in terms of elevating the importance of a biome, but certainly species like sage-grouse, critical habitat for species like sage-grouse. But with that, I kind of want to open it up and hear some other thoughts or ideas on key takeaways, or perhaps where you all think WAFWA can begin to shape some policy management and science.
Tony, if I could, you have another group, the Council of Western State Foresters, who has a lot of overlapping interests with what you've just discussed, and I think contacting them to see if there are potential for joint ventures or joint sign-offs on position papers. The more you have, the better it gets.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Mike. And I know that I think this is one of the challenges of being a state or provincial wildlife agency, is that we're trying to take responsibility for these organisms that are dependent on this habitat, and we don't always have the authority of the habitat. It falls under management of a federal land management agency, or some of those firefighting entities within our states, or federal government. And so, there are a number of similar scenarios. Weeds, for example, typically fall under State Department of Agriculture. However, the weed infused and impacted habitats affect the species that we as state or provincial wildlife agencies have to manage. And so this is where there is, I think, a real need for some of that integration, as it's, including Department of Agriculture divisions or departments of forestry, broader departments of conservation, natural resources, but it even gets bigger and broader than that. And somebody brought up the One Health initiative today, and it could spill into recreation, education, health. It goes a long way, and we're often too siloed. So I really appreciate that comment. I think that's something that we should definitely endeavor to do, figure out how to integrate some of our interests and ideas with those that have some more directly related authority and expertise. Thank you. What other ideas? I'm sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
Everything I've heard today, it's funny how both human society and culture, as well as wildlife, go in cycles. Everything I heard today has been talked about for decades, and we are in a different place. When I think about the California experience, and in the 90s, what started there, the Board of Forestry and the Fish and Game Commission working together for almost 20 years on an annual basis all year, about starting the Fire Alliance, California Fire Alliance, the Fire Safe Council. I think we have like 170 local fire safe councils, engaging the forest industry, the cattle industry, the counties as far as their general plans. I think where WAFWA could come into this is to try to push this notion of what fire means, regardless of the landscape in the West, further in the forefront, and synthesizing what we know across our landscapes and providing it in different contexts to different audiences. You know, in California, it's not just the local communities. Are they suburban? Are they urban? Are they rural? Are they agricultural? I think about our legislature, how, and I mean this literally, not judgmentally, how ignorant they are. And so we see after this past year, an enormous move to put in through legislation. I can't consider 1 year's thinking necessarily time enough to think about legislation that would help us. It seems like it would take a long conversation or a longer conversation than a year to figure out what we would do. And I think the states and the federal government, as well as the scientific community, need to be part of that. I can tell you in California, we would be nowhere in what we know and how we progressed over the last 30 years if it wasn't for the USGS and Forest Service labs in our state. Just absolutely would not be where we are, as well as leaning back on the Rocky Mountain and other labs that are managed by the federal government. So that relationship, it's not just across properties in our state. It's primarily Forest Service, but to a great degree national parks. But someone, and initially here it was our University of California extension programs that tried to translate this all in different levels. But I know CAL FIRE went down the road of hiring a private PR firm in Los Angeles, and just that very small group of 5 or 6 people made a huge difference in working with the life insurance industry, with the realty industry, with county boards of supervisors. But it seems like WAFWA is in a unique position to try to literally compile what we have, what we know, where we're trying to go, and translate it for a whole bunch of groups. Because I struggle, you know, when you walk into a room now, it's better than it was 30 years ago. But I was literally the only biologist 30 years ago working with all these groups. We have a lot of people involved now. It was mentioned earlier that some people sit side by side, but translating it, and I know social science was brought up earlier. Our department's hiring our second social scientist, but will be dedicated to this topic, not at all. But it seems to me like in our state, and I think in a lot of your other states and provinces, drought is at the forefront and then it disappears. If we don't push this to the forefront of all the different groups, local communities, county boards of supervisors, all of our legislatures, that they deal with this, then I don't think we'll be able to use what we already know. And I don't think there's any group, I can't think of any group besides this association that brings states, federal government, academic institutions, tribal nations, and has a relationship with those that work the land, like foresters. I can't think of any group that does that. I know that's a heavy lift, but I don't think we have any other choice, because it's not just broadening, it's getting worse. When I look at black-tailed deer and mule deer and think about what they went through this year or what black bear went through, I would never have surmised that. So in other words, all wildlife, including the wildlife that is the largest and can move the most, is at risk. And we don't, and as someone else mentioned in one of the other sessions, we don't have a community in California, whether it's our deserts are being impacted by fire. So we don't have a natural community that isn't impacted by fire. In 1993, a fire went down to our intertidal and burned algae. This year, fires burned down to our intertidal and burned algae, except we had almost 5 million acres burned. So I think that WAFWA is the leader that can bring this together. And I think it somehow needs to be pushed up. And a conversation between this group and the Western governors would be, I think, a really good discussion. That's what I think.
Thanks, Kevin. I think that you're suggestion that there be more of a relationship around this issue between WAFWA and Western Governors Association is an excellent suggestion. And I think that's an area that WAFWA leadership has recognized in recently that maybe we could have a stronger relationship and advance some of these issues that plague us all. So I think that would be a great venue for some of these discussions where we can again present kind of a unified front and hopefully shape policy.
Tony, I'll offer up something if I may.
Please, Paul.
Yeah, I guess as someone who's as a federal employee and not directly part of WAFWA, but someone who's gone to several of your meetings over the years and know how much how close the relationship is between WAFWA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Department of Interior. I always felt like WAFWA was in a very sweet spot of in the middle. I mean, you got state leadership like yourself who are both trained scientists and wildlife and fish managers, but also are very politically astute. So you've got a lot of sponsors like for meetings like this and relationships with the private sector through those kinds of organizations. I really feel like WAFWA is in a great spot to lead because also the agencies, all the member agencies have so many good folks on the ground. Like for us in Oregon, we don't do, I pretty much don't do anything without checking in with ODF and W, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, about what we're doing because we have such shared responsibilities, including, fuels management issues and forest habitat conservation plans, et cetera. And so you got this combination of your scientific and trained field staff on the ground. You got leadership like you and your deputies and your organization who are both, technically astute and politically astute. And then you've got relationships out in the broader community. And I'm just thinking, for example, not just of the great federal labs like Kevin mentioned, the various experiment stations of the Forest Service or USGS labs and so on. You have organizations with how to collect data, those companies that provide all that remote sensing equipment and remote data, all those kinds of things. If there can be a few initiatives that pull some of those together, and most importantly, WAFWA has such tremendous lobbying influence on the federal government because people listen to the states, push a few initiatives of the type that might coalesce some of the needs that were described here, and bring in some of those private sector sponsors that WAFWA has relationships with. I think we could probably get some really good work done on top of building on what's been done here, I think. Because you guys have a lot more credibility than if, for example, if I was to go and try and do that. I'm just a tree hugger from Oregon, I won't get the same response.
Well, thanks, Paul. I think that there's a lot of merit to what you're saying there and kind of combined with Mike's comment involving the Council of Western States Foresters. And if we had, a unified position, not only among the state and provincial wildlife agencies, but also, with, something as broad as perhaps the Western State, Council of Western State Foresters, that would carry a lot of weight at WGA, and certainly we'd welcome the partnership with our federal partners as well. So we'd be nice to you. You'd be well received at your state partners. So
thank you.
I think we've got several great ideas and thoughts on the table. One of our senators, U.S. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, following a relatively catastrophic fire year summer before last, held some local meetings, some town hall meetings, and brought together stakeholders and sliced and diced and kind of looked at resources, challenges, and opportunities, pre-fire, during fire, post-fire, and to your point, Paul, I think where we as a state wildlife agency have been able to play in this arena, I think unquestionably the majority of our involvement as a state wildlife agency in Nevada has been on the backside of things in post-fire re-veg and trying to fill some of the gaps of lack of rehab dollars that Jolie and pointed to earlier in these range fires. So a lot of our response, a lot of our expenditures, a lot of our engagement has been on that reactionary. We try to do fuels reduction. We try to reduce some of the woody accumulation where it's not natural, and we try to address some of the invasive, highly flammable cheatgrass, and try to interrupt that cheatgrass fire cycle where possible. But the majority of our engagement and involvement and expenditures happens, in response to trying to recover, and it is never enough. And to the point that many people made today, we're not going to respond our way out of this. Our engagement needs to be, we need to intervene early and often and change the trajectory of these sites. But thank you for your thoughts. I appreciate that. I think there's some definite merits there. Thank you. What other thoughts or ideas are floating around in your minds?
Well, Tony, maybe I'll jump in there. I was also struck by the number of people that sort of commented on, we've been here before, or it's cyclical. We're going back to the early days. We need to be more reflective. We've got lots to learn from traditional cultural practices as well, but we tend to fall and make the same mistakes again and again, and references to human behavior and psychologies. So I do like the idea of a position or a joint position statement. I like what Kevin raised around having a knowledge summary and using the WAFWA network, as Paul mentioned, to leverage and extend this information. I think the approach that maybe is needed, though, and where maybe some of the gaps are that we should consider filling, is kind of the cultural shift to take those leaps of faith or make decisions where there is scientific uncertainty or lack of experience, and treat those as testable hypotheses or experiments that we can learn from and really put into an adaptive management context. And that in and of itself requires sort of like an education system or communication support, so that communities, politicians, et cetera, those that are either impacted by the decision or making the decisions, have the confidence that the scientists, the managers, kind of have their backs in that. Those are just some thoughts that are going through my mind as I've heard from each of the presenters and panelists.
Thanks, Jen. And I think, I think it's an excellent idea. And I think there are some entities out there, and Jolie mentioned one in Intermountain West Joint Venture, and many of the products that they develop are ready-made, picture-rich, data-rich products highlighting, some of these challenges. And I think, we as managers, as researchers, as policymakers need to have access to those kinds of tools to be able to more readily get those into the hands of decision makers. And I don't know what that looks like per se, but certainly using WAFWA, WAFWA members, WAFWA's web presence, and WGA could certainly be ways to get that information into the hands of decision makers. I do see a comment in the chat from Jason. I think the gist of it is there's not enough continuity. We need longer term examples to build and learn from, whether it's on the research side or the policy side in terms of adaptive management. And I think this is a huge challenge, Jason. And I don't know if, I think in your particular comment here, you're talking a lot about the studies, but I think that continuity issue is also an issue with personnel. We see a lot of turnover, and when you, at least in the lower 48 and in the West, when you look at state wildlife agencies versus federal government, the federal government, it's expected that you take those promotional opportunities or professional development opportunities as you move your geography. And you know, we talked about some of these human hurdles and barriers. When you have a high rate of turnover, it's really tough to not only not have the continuity in terms of research and finding, but we're talking about, you know, long-term changes in habitat. And Paul mentioned Governor Little's, you know, family's observation on their lands. We have much greater tenure on those lands by some of those industries and operators, and then we oftentimes have greater tenure in our state and provincial, you know, wildlife agencies than we do in our federal government. And so it's difficult not only from the standpoint of, you know, continuity in terms of relationship, but also continuity in terms of adaptive management and having the memory of what we've done, what did work, what didn't work, and capturing that in ways that we can truly be adaptive in our management. But I don't know, Jason, did you want to add anything to that? I don't know if I interpreted that accurately.
No, that was done really well. You know, like in the Great Basin, I've been working there for 28 years, and I've always been the same guy. I've seen a lot of people come and go. You know, they're out on the district for 3 to 5 years or whatever, and for me, it's Groundhog Day all over again. And you know, it takes a long time. You know, Paul, like in the Clackamas bull trout reintroduction, it took us 6 years to make a decision. But, you know, it was a good decision. And by the time we were done, we were all friends. And we trusted each other. So I think, you know, that long-term investment, I mean, for me as a scientist, I get rewarded, you know, for short-term products and the higher age factor and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, that doesn't help you make a difference on the ground. It's the relationships and that long-term sort of continuity. I think, you know, we got to play the long game. I'm not sure exactly how to do that.
Thanks for your comment, Jason. No substitute for relationships and building trust and trying to get these things done. But you know, we look at these photos and we're looking at 100-year snapshots, and we didn't get here overnight. And it's going to take some relationship building and some trust. And that runs the gamut, whether we're talking about between sister agencies within a state, or we're talking about, you know, on different ends of the continuum, you know, whether it's industry or environmentalists or whatever. We all need to work together. And it goes right back to where we started this morning with Secretary Crowfoot's, one of his 4 themes in partnership. What other observations or ideas are floating around out there? Yep, Paul.
One of the things that it seems like we're all kind of ologists on this call at one point or another in our career, but we've been describing a social problems with ecological, climate, and human influence explanations. And it seems like where we're dropping the ball is on the people side of our business. And I'm really struck by that. Social scientists for too long have been marginalized, and they're critical to our discussions going forward. And it seems to me we need quite a bit more social science research and application work coupled with the good ecology and climatology work that I see going on. I see that from a number of different discussions, progress is always halting where conflict abounds. And many of the issues that I see at the field level with districts and so forth are, they're sort of pitched battles concerning sensitive species issues. And that's pitched against creating better landscape ecology and better fire ecology. And as I look at the mission of WAFWA, it seems to me that there's an overarching opportunity to proactively work with fire and landscape scientists to develop workable climate adapted landscapes and demonstration projects. The trust issues are rampant everywhere in the West. And very often when we're looking at a terrestrial or aquatic restoration project, we don't show people what we mean. We're not showing off what the good work looks like. And I think we have an opportunity to do that quite a bit, whether it's restoring dry forests or cold forests or riverine ecosystems, or showing how a fire regime works well with aquatic ecosystems. We're just not demonstrating that stuff. And so we have opportunities, I think, to make progress there. And I wrote down another note here, one other thought. I have this sense that everybody recognizes that fire is going to inevitably return to an ecosystem near you, right? And yet we keep an arm's length arrangement with fire. How about if we, as collections of scientists across disciplines, move away from that arm's length relationship and ask questions like which fire regimes and which supportive successional patchworks are the native species we're concerned with adapted to, and how does that vary geographically and by forest type? It seems like these are the conversations that create really strong unions between aquatic scientists and terrestrial biologists and landscape ecologists and climate scientists, where we can basically say, if the fire regime is broken, what is the disturbance regime of interest that really is positively associated with these species, and how can we adapt this landscape to get something like that back again? These feel like important creative solutions that are still lagging behind in a lot of our cross-disciplinary conversations. Just a few thoughts.
Oh, I very much appreciate you sharing those, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think as ologists, we're comfortable with data, and that's our fallback position is going to, the science, and I don't mean the social science, but anytime we want to convince somebody, we like to hold up our charts and our data instead of talk about, our feelings, which is far less comfortable for us. So I think you're spot on, and I appreciate that. And I know there's a Human Dimensions Forum this afternoon too that I should shamelessly plug for those of you that when we're done here want to learn a little bit more about the human dimensions of wildlife. Jolie, do you have any observations you'd be willing to share?
This has been a great conversation, and it's been great to listen to the various perspectives. I don't necessarily have anything really specific to share, except for that engaging in these kinds of dialogues and hearing from others that are working on these same issues, it always reminds me that there's more opportunities out there, and there's more ways that more that we can be doing to partner or to bring great minds together to resolve things. And so I'm hopeful that I've been writing down a few things that I can follow up on. I've gotten a few emails that I will follow up on. And I don't have anything more specific to add besides that this has just been a great opportunity to kind of hear the various perspectives. And it does sort of feel like a lot of times I'm shouting into a void, like, don't forget about rangeland fire when we're developing policies, when we're messaging and all of these things. But I know that there's a good number of people that are here as part of WAFWA that are certainly interested in these issues. And I think we can continue to help problem solve and kind of raise awareness. that we need to be thinking about rangeland fire when we're talking about wildfire in the West. And it's a pretty significant feature of our ecology, and it's a pretty invasives are a really an unfortunate feature on our landscapes that are going to perpetuate this fire and invasive cycle. So I know it's going to get attention. I just don't want it to get it. I don't want to wait for catastrophe to happen before it continues to get attention. So I appreciate the efforts of this group and of others, and just continuing to keep that open, keep the dialogue going.
Well, thank you for flying the flag for rangeland fires. I didn't want my bias to be too evident up front, so I appreciate you beating that drum a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the support.
Lori, do you have any observations you care to share?
It's always fascinating to me as the Canadian sitting on the panel to listen to the situations and the challenges that are faced south of the border, and to try to draw the parallels and see where there are similarities and differences as we cross the border. And of course, there's more similarities, I think, than differences in the challenges that we face, although the different kind of policies and practices and land management make the situation in British Columbia different from the many states and parts of the Western US that we've been hearing from largely today. Nevertheless, I think, again, I know we have the same conversations. Jen can vouch for me. We talk in BC about having these circular conversations, that this is not new information, that we've learned these lessons before. You know, why are we having yet another wake-up call? How do we transition from talking about needing action to actually getting that action more widespread on the ground? And I maybe put that caveat in place in that I think there are examples and there are places where change is already happening. I think we'd all like to see it go faster, and we'd like to be able to document and share those outcomes with one another as rapidly as we can. And so again, participating in these types of forums and being involved with these sorts of interagency and cross-border, both at the state, province, and nation levels is really critical. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here and to listen and to reflect with all of you.
Thank you. Certainly appreciate your input and your sharing, so thank you. I know Gavin had indicated he's having some connectivity issues. And I know we began the wrap up a little bit early, but we have a little bit of time. If there are some other questions or observations that any of the panel moderators or panelists have that would like to share at this point, I'll leave it open for a bit. If we don't have any questions or have any other observations that people care to share, we might just wrap the wrap a little bit early. All right. I think we are good to go, and I can't thank you all enough. Certainly all the way back to the steering committee that I mentioned at the outset. I think this was a very thought-provoking session. I have pages and pages of notes, some very good ideas, many of which I hope to be able to personally provide some follow-up on, and really want to explore the opportunity for a more robust relationship with the Western Governors Association, including some of our sister agencies on the forestry side of things. So I appreciate you all, appreciate the perspectives, the logistics, the challenges, and certainly the thoughtful input. So thank you all. I hope you guys stick around all week and you get to participate in some of the other meetings. Again, huge thanks to the sponsors and all the panelists. So thank everybody, and hopefully we'll see you in a virtual meeting room over the next few days. Take care. Have a great week. Happy New Year.
Cheers.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.